Little Pilgrim's Progress, written by Helen L. Taylor. Preface. Although the Little Pilgrim's Progress is read with delight by hundreds of children, few of them probably are able to grasp more than a faint idea of its meaning. The dark and cloudy words, which do but hold the truth as cabinets enclose the gold, are quite beyond their comprehension, and to the young mind, the record of Christians' pilgrimage is attractive simply as a story of adventure, and its perusal affords infinite pleasure but not much profit. If John Bunyan were alive at the present time, I think he would forgive me for the liberty I have taken in attempting to unlock his treasury and to bring that gold, those pearls, and precious stones a little nearer to the childish hands, which are always so ready to receive such gifts. I am glad to find that, as a serial, my story has given pleasure to the readers of Sunday, and I trust that, in its present form, it may prove equally acceptable to other children. Helen L. Taylor. Chapter 1. Little Christian hears of the celestial city. Little Christian lived in a great city called Destruction. Its streets were full of very young animals who laughed and played all day long. This was in the summertime, when the sun was shining and the city looked bright and pleasant. On the rainy days in winter, the children did not feel so happy, and they would sometimes be glad to sit quietly and listen to stories. Now and then strangers would come to the city for a little time, and these kind visitors always tried to make friends with the children and were willing to tell them stories whenever they would listen. "There is a beautiful country," they would say, "far away from this city. A very good and wise king rules over it, who loves little creatures dearly. The prince to whom your city belongs is wicked and cruel, and he hates our good king. But one day an army will come from the king's country to fight against your wicked prince, and this city will be burned, and all the townsfolk in it will be killed." Then the children asked, "What will become of us?" And the wise strangers always answered, "You must leave this city now, while you are young and strong, and travel to the king's country. In the celestial city where he lives, you will be quite safe." Little Christian heard this many times, and he often thought about it. But whenever he said to his playfellows, "Shall we go to the celestial city?" they laughed at him and told him that it was only a make-believe story about the king, and that no city could be better or safer than their own. But Little Christian felt quite sure that the strangers had spoken the truth, and one day he found an old book, in which were written the very same things about the king and the celestial city and their own wicked prince and his city, which would certainly be burned when the king came. He showed the book to his companions, but they laughed all the more and said, "That book was written hundreds of years ago. It is of no use now. The king's army has never come, and very likely it never will. At any rate, we may as well play as long as we can." But Little Christian did not want to play. He felt tired and unhappy, and he sat down and wondered whether he could find the way to the celestial city by himself. He was such a little rabbit that he was afraid he might be lost if he tried to make a long journey alone. He opened his book again, and he read a beautiful story in it about the king's own son, who had once visited the city of Destruction and had spoken kindly to the young animals in the street, saying, "Let the little children come unto me." "If he were only here now," thought Little Christian, "perhaps he would take me back with him. But I could never go all that long way alone." Then the tears came into his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. They fell upon his whiskers and his fur and his clothes, and as he brushed them away, he saw how soiled and dusty his little suit had become. He had worn it a long time, and he had played so much that the cloth was getting quite thin and shabby. This added to his great sadness, for he thought that if he ever did find his way to the celestial city, his clothes would be worn out long before he got there. And how could he expect the king to receive a little rabbit dressed in nothing but rags? At last he took up his book and went home, and his nanny wondered why he looked so tired and sad. He told her that he would like to go to the celestial city. But she laughed as his playmates had done and said, "You are a silly boy. If you go wandering along the roads after those strangers, you will get lost." So little Christian went to bed and cried until he fell asleep. Chapter 2. Little Christian is found by Evangelist. When little Christian went out the next morning, the sun was shining and his companions were running about. They called to him to join them, but he said, "I cannot play. I think we ought to start on our journey." "What a foolish boy you are," they cried, "to be always talking about that celestial city. You had better go and look for it instead of crying up and down and spoiling our fun." So they ran away and little Christian stayed by himself. Presently Christiana came down the street with her baby sister. She had been standing by when the boys had laughed at Christian the day before, and she had felt very sorry that he should be teased. Christian liked Christiana, and he was glad to see her coming. She stopped to speak to him. "You are crying again, little Christian. You should not listen to what the strangers say if it makes you so unhappy. Come into the fields, and we will make daisy chains for baby." Little Christian thought he would like that. Christiana was gentle, and though she did not believe the stories he had told her out of his book, she never teased him as the other boys did. "You know," he said, as they walked along, "I must go to the king, because I have a burden to carry, and no one but he can take it from me." "Where is your burden?" asked Christiana. "It's on my back, and it feels so heavy that it makes me too tired to play." Christiana looked very serious. "I think you must be ill, little Christian, if you fancy such things. You haven't any burden on your back." "Ah," said the little rabbit, "you cannot see it, but I can feel that it is there, and I shall always be tired until it is gone." The three children stayed in the fields and were very happy together. But when Christian went home at night, he began to think of the celestial city again, and fretted until his nanny was quite angry with him. He had no kind mother to love and comfort him, and his father was one of the great men of the city and had no time to notice his little son. Christian hoped that he would meet Christiana again in the morning, but she was busy at home, and the other boys and girls would have nothing to do with him, because they said he was dull and stupid and could not play properly. So he wandered off into the fields by himself and sat down upon a bank to think. After a while he heard a step near him and looking up he saw one of the strangers on his way to the city, an owl with a serious and pleasant face, whose name was Evangelist. He had seen little Christian before, and he turned aside to speak to him. "What are you crying for?" he asked, for there were tears in the child's eyes. Little Christian felt so comforted by the sound of Evangelist's gentle voice that he told him all his troubles at once, how he wished to obey the king, and how his playmates had laughed at him, and how even his nanny and Christiana did not believe that the stories about the celestial city were true. Then Evangelist looked at him very kindly. "The stories are all quite true," he said. "The king loves little children. If you will obey him and begin your journey, he will watch over you all the way, and when you reach the celestial city, you will be happy forever." "I would go now," said little Christian, "if only I knew the way." Evangelist turned around and looked across the field along the path by which he had come. "Do you see there is a gate at the other side of the plain," and he pointed to it with the tip of his wing. But Little Christian's eyes were still dim with tears, so he could not see the gate. "Well," said Evangelist, "there is a light shining above it. Can you see that?" "Yes," said the little rabbit, "I think I can. The way to the celestial city is through that gate. Now I will give you a message from the king." And Evangelist drew out a paper, which he put into Little Christian's hand. There were words written upon it in gold and beautiful colours, and Christian read them aloud. "I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me." That is the king's promise to all his little children. So do not cry any more, but go quickly to the gate and knock. One of the king's servants will open it, and he will tell you where to go next. Chapter 3. Obstinate and Pliable. Some of the boys were playing near the gate of the city, and they saw Evangelist speaking to Little Christian. They were not surprised at this, because they knew that the strangers who said they came from the celestial city always talked to the children. But when Evangelist turned away and Little Christian began to run across the plain toward the narrow gate, some called it the Wicket gate, they all wondered where he was going. "Little Christian is running away," cried one. "He must be going to look for that celestial city," said another. "Then he will be lost," exclaimed a third. "We ought to go after him and bring him back." There were two young moles named Obstinate and Pliable who knew Little Christian very well. They were older than he was, but the three had often played together. Obstinate was not a pleasant companion, for he loved to have his own way, and Pliable used to give in to him for the sake of peace. Little Christian did not much care for either of them, but he liked Pliable better. These two moles were vexed when they saw their little playmate running alone over the fields, for although they were often cross and disagreeable to him, they did not like to think of his being lost. "We must make him come back," said Obstinate. "What a stupid rabbit he is to believe everything he is told." "Come along then," said Pliable. "I will go with you." So the two boys went off, and as they ran they shouted to Little Christian to wait for them. But the child was frightened when he heard their voices and would not even look around. "If they take me back," he thought, "perhaps I may never be able to get away again." He ran as fast as he could, but he soon began to feel tired because of the burden on his back. And Obstinate and Pliable were taller and stronger than he was, so before long they overtook him. "Where are you going?" cried Obstinate. "I wonder what you mean by making us run after you in this way." "I am going to the king's city," said Little Christian. "Won't you come with me?" Obstinate laughed. "I should think not. What would be the good when we are as happy as possible at home? We should be a great deal happier with the king. His city is more beautiful than this, and we shall be quite safe there. I have told you before that our own city is not a safe place." "As if you knew anything about it," said Obstinate. "Why do you talk such nonsense?" "It is not nonsense, it is written in my book." Then Obstinate laughed again. "How many times am I to tell you that your book is full of rubbish? There is not one word true. Now, are you coming back or not?" Obstinate looked very cross, and Little Christian's heart began to beat faster and faster, but he answered bravely, "No, I am going to the king." "Well, you may go then," said Obstinate. "Come, Pliable, we might have saved ourselves the trouble of running after such a silly rabbit. He doesn't know when he is well off." But Pliable stood still. "Don't you laugh at him," he said. "Just supposing the book is true. He will be better off than we are. I think I shall go too." "Oh, do come with me," cried Little Christian. "You do not know how happy we shall be when we are living with the king." "Are you sure you can find the city?" asked Pliable. "Yes, for Evangelist told me what to do. We must go to that gate beyond the plain, and the gatekeeper there will show us the way." "You don't mean to say you're going," said Obstinate. "Why, even if there were a celestial city, 2 boys like you could never find it." Pliable did not answer, but he made a few steps forward by the side of Little Christian. He had often listened to the words of the strangers, and he thought, "I may as well go as far as the narrow gate and see what the road is like." "I'm not surprised at Little Christian," continued Obstinate, "but really, Pliable, you ought to have more sense. Just come back with me, and I'll not tell anyone that you said you were going." But Pliable was not very fond of Obstinate, and he felt pleased at the idea of having his own way, so he answered, It's no use talking. I've made up my mind. Goodbye, if you won't come too." "No, thank you. I'm glad enough to get rid of both of you." And with a mocking smile on his face, Obstinate turned back toward the city of destruction. Chapter 4. The Slough of Despond. "Now," said Pliable when the 2 boys were left alone, "tell me what sort of place this celestial city is." "It is very beautiful," replied Little Christian. "Have you not heard the strangers talk about it? The king lives here, and his followers never feel tired or unhappy. They wear shining clothes that can never be soiled and never grow old." "I don't suppose they will let us in." "Oh, yes they will," Evangelist said. "See, he gave me this." And Little Christian unfolded the king's message and let Pliable read the words for himself. "The king sent that to me, that I might know he would like me to go to his city. He hasn't sent me one." "You didn't meet Evangelist. But never mind, I am sure the king will be pleased to see you." "Well, tell me something else. What shall you do when you get to the city?" "First of all, I should like to see the king, and if he is very kind, I shall ask him where my mother is. You know, she went away when I was very young, and sometimes I have wanted her so much. One of the strangers told me that she was with the king, so I think she must be living in the celestial city. I wonder how long it will take us to get there. Did you ask Evangelist?" "We might walk a little faster, I think." "I wish I could," sighed Christian, who was tired already. "I'm afraid I shall be a very long time on the way. It is this burden which is so heavy that it makes me walk slowly." Pliable was just going to say, "What do you mean by always pretending that you have a burden to carry?" when suddenly his feet sank deep into the grass, and he saw that he had walked into a marsh that lay in that part of the plain. "Oh," he cried, "where are we now?" "I don't know," said poor Little Christian, whose burden made him sink deeper than Pliable into the soft green mud. "Let us try to get out." But the boys were frightened and confused, and they could not tell which was the way out of the marsh. It was called the Slough of Despond, and it was a dangerous place, even for grown-up animals. Every step the children took seemed to lead them further into it, and at last Pliable grew very angry. "See what a mess we are in," he said, "and it is all your fault. I wish I had not come. If this is the beginning of our journey, what else may we expect on the road? Just let me get out of this horrible marsh, and I shall go straight home again. You may look for the city by yourself." Little Christian did not answer, for he was too frightened and unhappy to speak. His clothes and fur were covered with mud, and every moment he feared that he would be smothered in the slough. And how he wished that Evangelist would come to help him, but he could not see anyone near him. Far away across the plain shone the light above the narrow gate, and beyond him lay the city of destruction. Pliable turned away from the light and at last succeeded in getting out of the marsh, but he never stopped to help his companion, and when Little Christian looked back, he saw them all running home as fast as he could. Oh, how desolate the poor little boy felt when Pliable was out of sight. "But I will go to the king," he said, and once more he struggled on, trying to find some firm ground. Then he was almost in despair. When he was almost in despair, he heard a voice saying, "Wait a bit, I'm coming to help." Chapter 5. Help finds Little Christian. Little Christian felt very much inclined to cry when he heard the voice of a friend. He had almost made up his mind that Evangelist was wrong, and that the king did not care to have little children travelling along the road to his beautiful city. "I am so small," he thought, "and so stupid. I cannot even get safely across this plain. And what should I do if I came to a high mountain or a deep river?" But just at that moment a squirrel named Help, who was one of the king's servants, came near to the slough and saw poor little Christian struggling in the mire. Help was a kind-hearted boy, and he ran at once to see what he could do for Christian. "How did you fall in?" he asked, but little Christian could not tell him. Evangelist said I was to go to the narrow gate, and I did not know about the marsh. "Didn't you see the stepping stones?" "No, I was talking to Pliable, and we were not looking at the ground." "That was foolish. Where is Pliable?" "He got out, but he went home and did not try to help me." "Well, don't be frightened. I shall be able to reach you in a minute. The king will always take care of you. I wondered why he sent me over the plain today, but it was because he knew you would need me. Take hold of my hand and put your foot there. There, you are quite safe." Little Christian stood trembling with tears in his eyes. "You are very kind," he said. "I should never have got out by myself." "No," replied Help, "I don't think you would have. Are you going to the celestial city?" "I wish to go, but I am afraid the way will be too hard for me. Perhaps I had better wait until I am older." "No, you must not wait. The king will watch over you, and whenever you need a friend to help you, he will send somebody." "Are you sure?" asked little Christian. "I am such a little rabbit, and the others all said I was stupid." "Never mind what they say. If you are one of the king's pilgrims, you are quite safe. You may find the road long and hard, but if you keep on bravely, you will come to the city at last, and then you will forget your trouble, because you will be so glad to see the king." He spoke so kindly that little Christian did not feel afraid of talking to him. "Do you think I shall find my mother in the celestial city?" he said. "She is with the king." "If she is with the king, you will find her." "Is it long since she went away?" "She went when I was very young. I can't remember her at all, but we have her picture at home, so I shall be sure to know her. She looks so sweet and kind. Sometimes I cry because she cannot love me." "But she does love you," said Help. "The king does not let his creatures forget. I have no doubt he has told her already that you are coming to the city, and she will be watching for you." He had been kneeling on the ground, wiping the mud from little Christian's clothes and fur with tufts of soft grass. He rose now, saying, "You have soiled your things very much, but you will have new ones before you get to the city. Don't lose sight of the light over the narrow gate, and walk as quickly as you can until you reach it. Goodbye, and remember, the king will take care of you." "Just tell me one thing," said little Christian. "Have you been to the city yourself?" "No, I have been very nearly to its gates, and then the king gave me some work to do for him, and I shall not go to live in the city until it is finished." "How long will it take me to get there?" "I can't tell you that. The journey is longer for some than for others. But if you love and obey the king, he will be sure to guide you to the city at the right time. Now I must go. If you are frightened again, cry to the king and he will hear you." Chapter 6. Little Christian meets with Worldly. Not very far from the city of destruction, there was a hill, and beyond the hill, a little village. In this village lived a number of animals who called themselves the king's servants and pretended to love and obey him, although they did not really care about anything but their own pleasure and safety. They had been afraid to stay in the city because of all that the strangers had told them, but they did not wish to have the trouble of going to the king's country. So they built houses and made fields and gardens for themselves beyond the hill, and fancied in that place they were quite safe. A young mink from the village, whose name was Worldly, happened to be strutting across the plain on the very day Little Christian began his journey. Worldly knew Little Christian by sight because the animals from the village often went into the city to visit their old friends. And when Worldly saw the little rabbit coming, he wondered what Christian was doing so far from home. "Is that you, Little Christian?" he said. "You are a long way from the city." Worldly was a fine-looking mink, and Little Christian felt pleased to be noticed by him. So he answered at once, "I am going to the narrow gate." "The narrow gate? What for?" "To get rid of my burden." "Oh, of course," replied Worldly. "I know those burdens are tiresome things. It isn't everybody who can feel them, but when you do feel them, there is no comfort for you till they are gone." Little Christian was surprised to hear Worldly speak in this way, for the boys and girls in the city had all laughed at him and had declared that his burden was only imaginary. "I hope I shall not have to carry it much longer," he said. "I am making haste to the narrow gate." Who put it into your head to go there?" asked Worldly. "I met a very kind owl named Evangelist, and he told me to go." Worldly laughed. "He may be very kind, but he is very stupid. I know him quite well. Look here, Little Christian, I can tell you a much better way of losing your burden. Don't trouble yourself to go on that journey. Yes, you see, I know exactly what Evangelist said to you. He tells everyone the same thing. You have been in that horrid slough already, and if you go through the narrow gate, you will find worse troubles than that. There are wild beasts and all sorts of dangers, and very likely you will just die of hunger and fatigue." "But my burden is so heavy," sighed Little Christian. "I must get rid of it, and Evangelist said that would be the best way." "Well, of course you can do as you like," replied Worldly, "but I think you are very silly. How did you ever know that you had a burden at all?" "I read in the king's book that everyone has a burden." "I thought so. That book is all very well for clever grown-up creatures, but little rabbits like you can't understand it. You read it and you don't know what it means, and you just get your head full of nonsense. Now, I'll tell you what to do. I wouldn't go back to the city because you will always feel frightened, and it really isn't a nice place to live in. If I were you, I should go round the hill to the village. I have some friends living in the first house you come to, and if you tell them that I sent you, they will take you in and be as kind as possible. Then, in a few days, you'll forget all about your burden, and I don't suppose you will ever feel it again." Little Christian felt puzzled. Worldly spoke so kindly that he could scarcely help believing what he said, and he thought it would be nice to live near his old home and be able to see Christiana sometimes. "You can't do better than to take my advice," continued Worldly. "Never mind Evangelist. That is the way, past the hill. You can't mistake the house because it is the first you come to." Then he put his hands in his pockets and strutted off whistling a merry tune, and Little Christian forgot all about the king and his message, and turned away from the narrow gate to go to the village beyond the hill. Chapter 7. In the Wrong Path. Little Christian went on toward the village as quickly as he could, but he soon became very tired indeed. His burden seemed to grow heavier every minute, until at last he felt ready to fall down beneath its weight. By the time he reached the hill, he could scarcely walk, and he wondered whether he would ever be able to get to the house in which the friends of Worldly lived. But when he turned the corner of the road that led round the hill, he almost forgot his burden, for he had never before seen anything so terrible as that path. The side of the hill was rugged, and the rocks hung over the road and were just ready to fall. Little Christian went a short way, but he was soon so frightened that he dared not take another step. He fancied he could see flames of fire darting out between the rocks, and he shook all over with fear. "Oh, I wish I had not come," he sobbed. "What shall I do?" Presently a figure appeared at a little distance, and as it came nearer, Christian saw that it was Evangelist. He had no smile on his face, and poor little Christian felt so ashamed and miserable that he almost wished the rocks would fall on him and hide him from the sight of the friend whom he had disobeyed. "What are you doing here?" said Evangelist. But little Christian hung down his head, whiskers drooping, and he did not speak. "Are you not the little rabbit whom I found crying outside the city of destruction?" "Yes," sobbed Christian. "Did I not show you the way to the narrow gate?" "Yes." "Then how is it you are here? For this is not the way to the gate." "Oh," cried little Christian, "I did not mean to do wrong, but I met a young mink who told me I could get rid of my burden in the village, and I was so tired I thought I would come. But I am sure the hill will fall on me, and I am so frightened." Then Evangelist said, "Listen to me. The king sent me to tell you about the celestial city, and you had his promise that he would love you and watch over you. When you fell into the slough, you knew he sent help to pull you out, and you have read in your book that he will always take care of those who trust in him. Why did you believe what Worldly said and turn away from the right path?" Poor little Christian was now crying bitterly, and Evangelist laid his wing gently across the little rabbit's shoulders. "You have grieved the king very much," he said, "but if you are sorry, he will forgive you." "I will never be naughty again," cried little Christian. "I am very, very sorry indeed." "But are you sure that the king will forgive me?" "Yes, the king will always forgive you, for the sake of his dear son who loved the little children." "And I may go back to the narrow gate, or will the gatekeeper turn me away?" "The king does not allow him to turn anyone away. You have only to knock, and he will open the gate for you at once. Take my wing, and I will go with you past the hill." Little Christian wiped away the tears from his eyes and whiskers, and was glad for Evangelist to lead him back to the fields. The hill with its terrible overhanging rocks was soon left behind, and the light above the narrow gate could be clearly seen. "If you make haste," said Evangelist, "you will reach the gate before it is dark, and you can stay there and rest until morning." Then, with a gentle pat on the head and a smile, he told the child goodbye, and little Christian started once more on his journey. Chapter 8. Little Christian enters the narrow gate. The sun was just setting when little Christian reached the narrow gate. He had walked very quickly, for he did not wish to be in the fields after the darkness came on, and he was now so tired that he felt very glad to see the gate quite close to him. It stood in a beautiful stone archway, and over it hung a lamp which burned so brightly that its light could be seen even when the sun was shining. Round the top of the arch some words were carved upon the stone, and little Christian stopped to read them. The words were these: "Knock, and it shall be opened unto you." That was just what Evangelist said, thought Christian, and he began to knock upon the door. His ears twitched as he listened, but he could not hear anyone coming, so he knocked again, and in a few minutes the door was opened by an owl who looked something like Evangelist. He wore the same kind of long robe, and his feathered face was serious and quiet. He smiled when he saw Christian and said, "Who is this little child?" "I am little Christian," replied the little rabbit. "May I come in?" "Are you come from the city of destruction?" asked the gatekeeper, whose name was Goodwill. "Yes, and I wish to go to the king." Then Goodwill opened the gate quite wide. As Christian was stepping in, Goodwill covered the young rabbit with his wing. "Why did you do that?" asked Christian. And Goodwill answered, "The wicked prince has a castle very near to this gate, and when he sees anyone leaving his country and entering the way of the king, he commands his soldiers to shoot arrows at him." Little Christian looked out and saw the arrows lying upon the ground, and he felt very pleased to see Goodwill close the door. "Now I am safe," he said. Goodwill led him into his own house, which was just beyond the gate, and made him sit down to rest while he prepared some food for him. "Who told you the way to the gate?" he said. "Evangelist," replied little Christian, "and he said you would probably tell me where to go next." "Yes, I will tell you, but how is it that you came alone? Have you no father or mother?" "My mother is with the king, and my father has so much to do that he cannot spare time for a journey, so I was obliged to come to you by myself." "If your mother is with the king, she must have passed through this gate. No doubt you will hear of her as you go on your way." "Do you think I shall?" said little Christian eagerly, for the greatest wish he had was to know something more of that dear mother whom he had lost so long ago. Help said that king would tell her I was coming, and she would watch for me. Is that true?" "Quite true. You will not see her until you reach the celestial city, but she will often be able to see you. Have you come straight from home? Did not the boys try to persuade you to stay with them?" "Obstinate and Pliable came after me, and Obstinate was angry, but Pliable said he would like to go to the celestial city. Then we fell into the Slough, and he was frightened, so he went back again. I thought I should never get out, but help came, and he was good to me." "And what then?" Little Christian blushed. "I was as bad as Pliable," he said, "for when I met Worldly, I listened to him and turned away toward the village. The road was so dreadful, and I was afraid the rocks would crush me. But Evangelist found me and brought me into the fields again. And now you have entered the king's gate, and you are one of his little pilgrims. Tonight you must sleep here, and tomorrow I will show you the way to the celestial city." Chapter 9. Little Christian visits the interpreter. When the morning came, little Christian felt quite rested and ready for another day's journey. Goodwill brought him out and showed him a narrow pathway which went straight across the plain. "Are there any turnings?" asked Christian. "How shall I know if I come to a place where there are two roads?" "The way of the king is always quite straight," said Goodwill, "and all the paths that lead out of it are crooked, and the wrong paths are generally wide, while the right path is narrow. If you look carefully, you will not mistake it." "I wonder whether you could unfasten my burden for me," said little Christian when he was saying goodbye. "I could walk so much better without it." "I cannot do that," said Goodwill. "You must carry it patiently until you come to the cross, and then it will fall off, and you will never see it again." "How glad I shall be," sighed little Christian. Are there any other houses on the way besides this one? Yes, about the middle of the day you will pass the house of the interpreter. He is very kind, and if you ask to see him, he will show you many wonderful things. The morning was bright and pleasant, and little Christian enjoyed his walk very much. The birds were singing so merrily that he felt as if he must sing with them, and the air was so fresh and sweet that it seemed to take away all the weariness that had troubled him in the city of destruction. There is nothing to hurt me here, he thought. Worldly did not speak the truth when he said I should be frightened. Just when he was beginning to think that he would like to rest for a little while, he saw a large house standing near the road, and he knew that it must be the house of the interpreter. He went up to the door and knocked, and presently a servant came to ask what he wanted. I am a little pilgrim, he said, on my way to the king's city. I stayed at the narrow gate last night, and Goodwill told me that the master of this house is his friend. May I speak to him? The servant went back and called his master, and soon the interpreter came out. He was an old badger with a tall figure and a long white beard, and Christian thought he looked very wise. He put his hand on the child's head, saying, "What can I do for you, my little rabbit?" "Would you mind showing me some of your wonderful things?" asked Christian. He spoke timidly, for he could not help thinking that, although the interpreter might be pleased to have grown-up visitors at his house, a little pilgrim like himself would perhaps be in the way. "Goodwill told me I might come to see you," he added. The interpreter smiled. "Goodwill is my friend," he said. "Are you one of the king's little pilgrims? Come in, and I will find something that you will like to see." He took Christian's hand and led him into the hall, where the servant was still waiting. The interpreter asked for a lamp, and when it was brought to him, he opened the door of a large room. Curtains were drawn before the windows, but the light of the lamp filled all the room with brightness. On the wall, opposite the door, hung a picture, and when little Christian saw it, he clasped his hands and stood quite still. It was the picture of a lion, whose face was more beautiful than anything that little Christian had ever imagined. He was walking over a mountain path. All around him, among the rocks, grew briars and thorns, which had torn his garments in many places, and his feet were bleeding, for the rough stones had wounded him. In his arms he carried a little lamb. It was tired and had lain its head upon his shoulder, and he was looking down at it with gentle, loving eyes. Underneath the picture, in letters of gold, were written the words, "He shall gather the lambs with his arm, and carry them near his heart." "Was the lamb lost?" asked little Christian. "Yes," replied the interpreter, "lost and ready to die. Do you not see how tired it looks, and how its fleece is torn and soiled? But the good shepherd heard its cry, and he never rested until he found it, and then he brought it home in his arms." "It must have been a hard path," said little Christian. "The stones have cut his feet." It was a very hard path, but he did not mind that because he loved his little lamb. I have shown you this picture first because the Good Shepherd is our King's own son, the Good Prince, and just as a shepherd loves his flock, so he loves the pilgrims. The little pilgrims are like the lambs. You can think of this when you are sad or frightened, and remember who is watching over you. "I am a little pilgrim," said Christian, looking up at the interpreter. "A little pilgrim and a little lamb in the flock of the Good Shepherd. Now I will show you something else." Chapter 10. Passion and Patience and the Brave Soldier. Little Christian felt quite sorry to turn away from the picture of the Good Shepherd. "I shall never forget it," he thought. The shepherd's face is even more beautiful than my darling mother's." The interpreter took him upstairs into a pleasant room, which looked like a nursery. 2 little chipmunks were sitting there, each in his own chair. One of them appeared to be quiet and happy, and the other was crying and seemed cross and discontented. "These 2 little chipmunks are staying here for a time," said the interpreter. "The one who is crying is called Passion, and his brother's name is Patience." "Why is Passion crying?" asked Christian. "He is a foolish creature," replied the interpreter. "There are some beautiful gifts coming soon from the king, and the children are each to have their share. Patience is willing to wait for them. But Passion is vexed because he cannot enjoy them at once. He wishes to have his pleasure now instead of at the proper time." Just then the door opened and a messenger came in carrying a quantity of books and toys and pretty things, which he spread upon the table before Passion. The first brother was delighted and, wiping away his tears, began to look at his treasures. Among them were some bags filled with bright golden coins. And when Passion saw these, he held them up to his hands and laughed at Patience, who had nothing with which to amuse himself. "Passion is very happy now," said the interpreter, "but in a short time all his coins will be spent, and his pretty things will be torn and broken and spoiled, and when the king's gifts come, he will have no share in them. Then he will wish he had waited, as Patience is waiting." "Are the king's gifts better than these?" asked little Christian. "Far better. They are treasures that cannot be spoiled, and Patience is wise to wait for them." "Passion is laughing now," said Christian, "but I think Patience will have the best of it." "I am sure he will," replied the interpreter. "You must remember that everything I show you is meant to teach you something, and you may learn from this that it is not wise to wish too eagerly for pleasant things until the king sends them. He knows exactly what is good for each of us, and he will always give us what we really need, and that will make us happy. If we behave like Passion and try to be happy in our own way, we are sure to be disappointed." The interpreter now took Christian out of the house and through his garden to a place from which they could see a beautiful palace not far off. The roof of the palace was flat, and upon it a number of creatures were walking about dressed in garments that shone brightly like gold. "Is that one of the king's palaces?" asked little Christian. "Yes, but it is not easy for anyone to enter it." Outside the palace, Christian saw a great crowd of animals who looked as if they wished to go in, but were afraid to do so. Then he saw that some other animals in armor were standing around the doorway. They had fierce, cruel faces, and the ones who were outside dared not try to pass by them. A little way from the door, a rabbit was sitting at a table with a book before him in which he wrote the name of anyone who tried to get into the palace. Little Christian felt very much interested in all of this, and he hoped that one of the animals would be brave enough to go into the palace while he was there. "Why does not the king drive away the wicked soldiers?" he said. "He could drive them away, and then all those animals could go into the palace." "He could do it quite easily," replied the interpreter, "but he wishes to see how many of the animals really care about entering the palace. Those who love the king with all their hearts are not afraid of the soldiers. We can wait for a little while, and you will see someone go in." So they sat down upon the grass, and little Christian watched. Presently, a rabbit, like Christian but grown, came out of the crowd and went toward the table near the doorway. His name was written in the book, and then he put on his helmet and drew his sword and rushed in among the soldiers. He fought with them for a long time, and Christian thought he would be killed. But although he received many wounds, he got into the palace at last, and then all the creatures upon the roof began to sing, come in, eternal glory thou shalt win." Little Christian smiled. "Does that mean we are not to be frightened, because the king will help us and take us safely into his city?" "Yes," said the interpreter. "I thought you would understand it for yourself. Now you have seen enough for one day. We must find a little bed for you, and tomorrow you shall go on your journey." Chapter 11. Little Christian comes to the cross. Little Christian slept comfortably that night, and quite early in the morning he said goodbye to his kind friend. Beyond the interpreter's house, the way of the king was easy to find, for a high wall had been built on each side of the road. Little Christian thought this would make his journey less difficult, but the interpreter told him that the wall did not go all the way to the celestial city. "When you have passed it," he said, "you must keep to the straight path, and as long as you do that, you will be safe." Christian had almost forgotten his burden while he was with the interpreter, but as he walked along the road, the day began to grow hot, and he began to feel his weight again and wish he could get rid of it. "Goodwill said I should lose it at the cross," he thought. "I wonder if that is very far away." Presently he came to a place where there was a little hill by the side of the road, and upon the hill he saw the very thing for which he was longing. There stood the cross, and the moment little Christian began to climb the path that led to it, he felt that the bands that fastened his burden were breaking. Then it fell from his shoulders and rolled to the bottom of the hill, and when he turned to see what had become of it, he found that it was quite gone. At first he was so surprised that he could scarcely believe that he had really lost the burden that had been such a trouble to him. "I must be dreaming," he thought. But although he stood still for a few minutes and rubbed his eyes, the burden did not come back. The birds went on singing, and the sun shone brightly upon the cross, and he knew that he must be awake, and that the king had really taken the weight from his shoulders forever. "Now I can walk as quickly as I like," he said, and he stayed looking at the cross with his heart full of joy and thankfulness. I told you before that the king's own son had once come to visit the country in which little Christian lived, but although he was kind and good to everyone, many hated him, and at last they seized him and put him to death in a very cruel manner by nailing him to a cross of wood. And this cross was now placed by the wayside, so that pilgrims to the celestial city might see it and remember what had been done for their sakes. Little Christian had read about all of this in his book, and as he stood near the cross, he thought how good the king's son must be, and he did not wonder any more why Evangelist and other strangers loved him so dearly and were never tired of talking about him. "Perhaps when they were pilgrims they carried burdens like mine," he said to himself, "and then when they came to the cross they lost them just as I have done. But I wish the others had not been so cruel to the king's son." And as he looked up at the cross, the tears came into his eyes. Just then he heard a voice behind him saying, "Peace be to thee." Little Christian turned around quickly and saw 3 figures standing close to him. They wore shining white robes, and when Christian looked at them, his eyes felt dazzled, as if he had been gazing at the sun. "They must have come from the celestial city," he thought. "They are so bright and beautiful." "You have often displeased the king," said one of them, "but I have come to tell you that he has quite forgiven you, and the naughty things that you have done will not be remembered anymore." Then the second took him by the hand, saying, "This little suit that you are wearing is torn and soiled. The king wishes his pilgrims to wear clothes that are clean and neat, so I have brought you some new ones." And before little Christian had time to think what answer he should make, his shabby suit was taken off and he was dressed all in white. Then the third, with a gesture, set the king's mark upon his forehead and gave him a little roll of parchment, in which he said Christian might read as he went along, and he must be sure to take care of it, for he would be asked to show it at the gate of the celestial city. After this, the three shining ones went away, and little Christian was left to rejoice over all that the good king had done for him. Chapter 12. Simple, Sloth, and Presumption. You can imagine how happy little Christian felt as he walked along. "I have lost my burden," he said to himself, "and the king has given me these beautiful clothes. I think I would have started on my journey long ago if I had known how pleasant it is to be a little pilgrim." Then he remembered Christiana, and he thought what a pity it was that she had not come with him. But he did not know how she would have managed it, for she had 3 brothers, beside her baby sister, and she had to take care of them all. "We might have taken turns carrying the baby," he thought, "but even the brothers would have been very tired. Perhaps when I get to the city I might ask the king to send someone to help her with the little ones, for I should like her to come too." Then he wondered whether his mother had told the king that she had left a little son behind her in the city of destruction, and whether she would know that his burden had been taken away, and that the king had sent him such beautiful gifts. "They are so beautiful," he thought, as he looked down once more at the clothes in which the shining ones had dressed him. "They are as white as snow, and they are not the least bit hot and heavy as my old ones were." He walked on with his mind full of these things when he saw just before him 3 young otters lying on the grass beside the road. He stopped to look at them as he passed, and then he found that they were all fast asleep, and that their feet were bound together in bands of iron. The day was very hot, and they had foolishly turned out of the path and had lain down to rest for a little while. The servants of the wicked prince were always on the watch for careless pilgrims, and as soon as the lads were asleep, they had hastened to bind their feet, so that unless the king himself sent someone to help them, they would never be able to take another step toward the celestial city. Little Christian felt that it would be unkind to leave them lying there, so he went up to them and called to them. "You'd better get up," he said. "This is not at all a safe place to sleep in. Don't you know that someone has bound your feet together?" Then one of them, whose name was Simple, answered, without even opening his eyes, "What is the matter? I don't see anything to hurt us. Do let one have a minute's peace." But little Christian said, "I am sure you are in great danger. Make haste and let me help you undo these irons." The otter who lay next to Simple was named Sloth, and at last he sat up and began to rub his eyes in a sleepy way. He looked at little Christian, but he would not listen to his advice. "What is the use of disturbing us?" he said. "Just go on. I shall be coming soon, when I have had a good rest." And the third otter, whose name was called Presumption, said, "Surely we can do as we like. If we choose to sleep in a dangerous place, it is our business, not yours. So go on your journey and don't meddle with other animals." Then they both lay down again by the side of Simple, and in a few minutes Christian saw that they were all sleeping as soundly as before. It was of no use for him to waste his time over such idle, foolish otters. So he was obliged to turn away, feeling very sorry that they would not listen to him or believe that they were in the power of the wicked prince. Chapter 13. Formalist and Hypocrisy. When little Christian had gone some distance from the place where the 3 otters lay sleeping, he turned and looked back, thinking that perhaps they might now be fully awake and more anxious to be freed from their iron fetters. But he could not see anything of them, and he was just moving on again when he heard a noise on his left and saw 2 tabby cats climbing upon the wall. They both dropped over into the way of the king, and seeing little Christian, they ran up to him. "Where have you come from?" he asked. The tabbies, whose names were Formalist and Hypocrisy, answered, "We have been living in the land of vainglory, but we are now going to the celestial city to see the king." "But don't you know," said little Christian, "that you should have come in at the narrow gate?" "Oh," cried the tabbies, "that is much too far from our country. We just made a shortcut across the fields and came over the wall." Little Christian thought that the king would not like animals to begin their pilgrimage in this way, and he said, "I am afraid you ought not to have done so." "Oh, don't you bother about it," they said. "Our folk never go round by the gate. Besides, what does it matter, as long as we get onto the right road? You came in by the gate and we came over the wall, and now we are all exactly in the same place." "I don't think you ought to have done it," said little Christian. "What nonsense," they replied. "We are just as good pilgrims as you are, except that you have such fine clothes, which very likely somebody had to give you because your own were not fit to be seen." This was a rude and unkind speech, and little Christian felt inclined to answer back in the same way. But he had read in his book that the king's servants ought always to speak gently, even when angry words were spoken to them. So he waited a minute and then said quietly, "That is quite true. My things were all spoiled and shabby, and the king gave me these clothes himself. It was very kind of him, and I am glad he did it, because now I am sure that when I get to the city, he will know that I am one of his own little pilgrims. And the Shining One has set the king's mark on my forehead, and I have a roll that I am to show at the end of my journey. You have not any of these things, because you did not come in at the narrow gate." But the lads only laughed, so little Christian left them and walked on by himself. Presently they all came to the foot of the hill called Difficulty. The way of the king led over the hill. It was rough and steep, but little Christian knew that he must not turn away from it. A spring of cool water was flowing just by the wayside, so as he was thirsty, he took a refreshing drink and then began to climb the rocky path. Formalist and Hypocrisy were a little way behind Christian, and when they came to the hill, they saw 2 paths, which turned one to the right and the other to the left, out of the straight road. "What is the good of climbing up that steep place?" they said. "These 2 paths are smooth and easy, and as they go round the hill, they must come into the king's way again on the other side." So Formalist said, "I will go along this path," and Hypocrisy said, "I will go along that one." And the young tabby cats parted, believing that they would meet again very soon. Now, if they had entered by the narrow gate, they would have known, as little Christian did, that the straight road was the only safe one. But I am sorry to tell you that both these foolish lads were lost, because they had not taken the trouble to obey the king and begin their pilgrimage in the right way. Formalist had entered the path of danger, and soon he found himself in a great wood. He wandered around for many nights and days, but he could not find his way out of it, and so, at last, he died of hunger and cold. The path of destruction which hypocrisy had chosen was no better. It led into the midst of some dark mountains, where the young cat went up and down until his foot slipped and he fell, wounding himself upon the sharp rocks, so that he too perished miserably. Chapter 14. The Hill of Difficulty. Little Christian found the path up the hillside a very hard one. It was covered with rough stones and sharp pieces of rock, which hurt his feet, and it became steeper and steeper as he went on, until at last he was obliged to creep along on his hands and knees. The sun was now shining very brightly, for it was the middle of the day, and its rays fell upon Little Christian and made him feel hot and tired. "What should I have done," he thought, "if I had to climb this hill yesterday? I never could have carried my burden up such a dreadful road." When he was about halfway up the hill, the path became easier. He was able to walk again, and the stones did not seem to be quite so sharp. Still, it was hard work climbing, and when he came presently to a little shady arbour, he was very glad indeed. This arbour had been built by order of the king, so that his pilgrims might have a place in which to rest on their way over the hill. Little Christian went in and sat down. It was cool and quiet, and he thought he would now have time to look at the roll that the Shining One had given to him. So he took it and read in it for a little while. Then, instead of making haste to the top of the hill, he sat idly in the harbour, looking at his new clothes and thinking of many things until his eyes closed and he fell fast asleep. He did not wake until late in the afternoon, and when he looked at the sky and saw that it was already beginning to grow crimson with the sunset, he started up and began to walk as quickly as he could. Before he reached the top of the hill, he met two skunks running very fast indeed. Their faces were full of fear and their whole bodies were trembling. But when they saw Little Christian, they stopped to speak with him. "What is the matter?" he asked. "You are running the wrong way." "Oh," cried the eldest, whose name was Timorous, "we were going to the city of the king, and we had climbed up this terrible hill. But the further we go, the more danger we find, so we're hurrying home again." "Yes," said the other, whose name was Mistrust. "There are two great wolves lying just in the way, and we don't know whether they are asleep or not. But I am sure if we try to pass them, we shall be torn to pieces." Then Little Christian began to feel afraid too, and he said, "What shall I do?" "Why, come back with us," said Timorous. "You cannot be so foolish as to venture near those savage beasts." "I don't know," replied Little Christian. "If I go back, I shall never see the king." "Well, you will not see him if you go on," said Mistrust, "for the wolves will kill you." But Little Christian remembered that Evangelist and Goodwill and the kind interpreter had all told him that, although he must often be frightened and in trouble, the king would surely help him and take care of him. "I don't think I will turn back," he said. "The wolves may not be awake. Let us all go together." "Oh no," replied Timorous and Mistrust. "We dare not. We shall just make the best of our way home again and be very thankful when we get there safely." So they ran down the hill and left Little Christian to go on his way alone. He could not help being frightened, and he thought, "I will look at my roll and see whether there is anything written in it about these wolves." But when he put his hand into the breast of his jacket, the roll was not there. And though he felt carefully among his clothes, he could not find it anywhere. "Where can it be?" he said. And he stood still to think how he could possibly have lost it. He was in very great trouble, for he remembered that the Shining One had told him to take care of the roll, for he would be asked to show it at the gate of the celestial city. "I cannot go without it," he cried, "but what shall I do?" And the tears began to roll down his cheeks and whiskers. Chapter 15. Little Christian comes to the palace beautiful. The loss of his roll made poor little Christian miserable. He forgot all about the wolves in his trouble and could think only of his carelessness in losing the most precious of the king's gifts. Suddenly, he remembered the shady arbour in which he had spent the afternoon. Perhaps the roll might have fallen there. And when he started up so hurriedly, he may not have seen it. "Oh, how could I have been so foolish?" he cried. "I ought only to have rested there. And I wasted so much time, and now it will be night before I reach the top of the hill." He turned around and went back slowly, looking carefully at the path lest he might have dropped the roll on his way. At last he reached the arbour, and there, upon the floor, just under the bench upon which he had been sitting, he saw his lost treasure. We may imagine how eagerly he caught it up and how thankful he felt to the king for letting him find it again. But his search for the roll had hindered the little pilgrim, and although he climbed the steep path once more as quickly as he could, the sun had gone out of sight before he reached the top of the hill, and the light was fading fast. "It is all my own fault," he thought. "If I had not been so idle, I should not have lost my roll, and I might have had time to find a place to rest in before the night." Then he remembered the wolves, and he wondered how far he was from the spot where they lay. He knew that these savage beasts always prowl about in search of their prey during the darkness, and that the shadows grew deeper and deeper around him. He felt more and more afraid. Just when the light had become very dim indeed, a large building appeared in the distance, and as Christian hurried along, he saw that it was a great palace, and that the way of the king would lead him close to its gates. A little cottage stood within the gates, which he supposed must be the doorkeeper's lodge, and he walked quickly toward it, hoping that he might be allowed to stay there for the night. The path now became very narrow indeed, and when he had almost reached the palace gates, Christian saw the two wolves which had so frightened Mistrust and Timorous, standing just before him, one on each side of the way. The wolves were chained, but it was too dark for the chains to be seen, and little Christian stood still, wondering what he should do. There was only a small space between the wolves, and he thought that if he ventured to pass them, they would surely spring upon him. The name of the doorkeeper was Watchful, a great furry white dog. He knew how much the pilgrims feared the wolves, so he came often to the door of his house to see if anyone was coming near. When he saw little Christian, he called to him, saying, "Don't be frightened, the wolves are both chained. Keep in the middle of the path, and they will not hurt you." So Christian went on, trembling and very much afraid. But he was careful to keep in the middle of the path, and although the great creatures growled as he walked between them, they kept still and did not even stretch out their huge paws to touch him. When he had passed the wolves, little Christian clapped his hands for joy and ran quickly toward the kind doorkeeper, who stood at the gates. "What palace is this?" he asked. "It is called the Palace Beautiful," said Watchful, "and it belongs to the king. He built it for his pilgrims to use. Are you going to the celestial city?" "Yes," answered little Christian. "I slept last night at the house of the interpreter. Do you think I may stay here until the morning?" "How is it that you are travelling so late?" asked the doorkeeper. Then little Christian had to tell him of his idleness in the afternoon and how he had lost his roll and had been obliged to go back to look for it. "Well," said Watchful, "I will call the lady of the house, and if you are one of the king's little pilgrims, she will take care of you." So they went together to the door of the palace, and the doorkeeper rang the bell. Chapter 16. New Friends. Little Christian waited by the side of Watchful in the porch of the palace Beautiful, and presently a rabbit came out to speak to them. Her name was Discretion, and when Christian looked up at her, he thought her face was the sweetest he had ever seen. "Why did you call me?" she asked. Then, seeing little Christian, she put out her hand and laid it gently on his shoulder. "She is like my mother's picture," he thought. "I am sure I shall love her." Watchful answered his mistress, saying, "This boy is journeying to the celestial city, and it is too late for him to walk any further tonight. So he would be glad to stay here if you are willing to take him in." Then Discretion asked little Christian many questions. She wished to know from what city he had come and why he had left his home. She also asked him who had directed him in the way of the king, and she made him tell her all that had happened to him on his journey. "And what is your name?" she said at last. "Christian," he replied. "I shall be so very glad if I may stay here until the morning." "Yes, you may stay," answered Discretion, smiling at his anxious little face. "Wait, I will call my daughters." She went back into the house and brought out 3 young rabbits. 2 of them were older than Christian. Their names were Piety and Prudence. Charity was the youngest and was just about his own age. "This is one of the king's little pilgrims," said Discretion. "I think we can make room for him in the palace, can we not?" "Oh, yes," said Prudence, and Charity ran up to him and put her hand in his, as Christiana used to do when he was at home. "Come in," said Piety. "We are glad to see you." A number of the animals were in the hall of the palace, and they all looked kindly at little Christian as he came in. "Mother takes care of them," said Charity. "We 3 look after the little pilgrims." "It is not quite time for supper," said Discretion, "but no doubt Christian is tired. Take him into your own room and let him rest." The 3 young rabbits led the way to a comfortable room where a lamp was burning and casting its cheerful light upon walls that were covered with beautiful pictures. Here Christian sat down while Piety and Prudence took up the needlework that they had laid aside when their mother called for them. Charity brought a footstool and seated herself near Christian. She was a kind-hearted little girl and loved to spend her time in waiting upon her mother's guests and in doing all that she could to make them happy. "If you are not too tired to talk," said Piety, "we should like to hear about your journey. What made you leave your home?" "I was frightened," answered Christian, "for the strangers who came to our city used to tell us that it would be destroyed." "And how was it that you thought of coming into the way of the king?" "I had read of the celestial city in my book, and one day Evangelist met me, and he showed me the way to the narrow gate." "Did you stay at the house of the interpreter?" "Oh yes," replied Christian. "He was kind to me. I saw the picture of the good shepherd, and I watched the soldier who fought his way into the palace. I wish I could have stayed there a long time." "And what have you done today?" "First I passed by the cross, and there I lost my burden, and the Shining Ones brought me these new white clothes. They gave me a message from the king, and one of them set his mark upon my forehead. After that I found 3 otters sleeping by the wayside. I tried to wake them, but they would not listen to me. Then Formalist and Hypocrisy climbed over the wall, but I think they chose the wrong path. when they came to the hill, for I did not see them again. The hill is hard to climb, said Piety. Yes, I thought I should never get up. And then, when I saw the wolves, I nearly turned back, but the keeper called to me and told me they were chained. Then Prudence began to question the little pilgrim. Do you ever think about your old home? She asked. Yes, said Christian, I often think about it. Have you sometimes wished to go back again? Once or twice, but when I've been very tired. I'm sure the celestial city is far better than ours though, and I know I shall be happy when I get there. Why shall you be happy? I shall see the good prince, said little Christian. It was so cruel for the wicked creatures to nail him to the cross, and I love him because he died for our sakes. And my mother is with the king. She went away when I was young, but I shall know her because I have seen her picture. Have you any little sisters? Asked Charity. No, but Christiana used to play with me. She is kind and gentle. Why didn't you bring her with you? Said Charity. Then you would have had somebody to talk with on the way. She did not believe what the strangers said, replied Christian, and she has her brothers and baby sister to take care of. They have no father or mother, and Christiana has to do everything herself. Didn't you talk to her and beg her to come with you? I often told her about the city, but, I might not have come myself if Evangelist had not shown me the way. And then I started at once so that I didn't even say goodbye to Christiana. Well, perhaps Evangelist will find her, and then she will come and bring her brothers and little sister with her. Just at this moment a bell rang, and the two sisters folded up their work, saying, This is to tell us that our supper is ready. Little Christian was hungry as well as tired, and he enjoyed the good food that was set before him. Then Discretion herself took him upstairs into a pleasant room with a window looking toward the east, and there the weary little pilgrim slept soundly until he was awakened by the light of the rising sun. Chapter 17, A Happy Day. When morning came, little Christian supposed that he would have to continue his journey, but as soon as breakfast was over, he heard the gentle voice of Discretion, desiring him to come to her. I think it will do you good to stay with us for a few days, she said. You have walked a long way since you left home, and it is not good for little pilgrims to travel too quickly at first. I should like to stay, said Christian, if I shall not be in the way. You will not be in the way at all. Taking care of little pilgrims is part of the work that my daughters have to do for the king, and we are always glad to have young animals staying at the palace. Did my mother stay here? Her name was Peace. I think she must have come this way when the king sent for her. It is a long time ago. I was quite a little rabbit when she went away. We will look in the records for her name. If she stayed here, it will be written down. I think she was just a little bit like you, said Christian timidly. Discretion bent down and kissed him, for she saw the tears in his eyes. You will find her again, little Christian, she whispered. And do you know that she is often very near to you? You cannot see her, but she can see you. The king is very good, and he knows how mothers love their little ones. I shall see her in the king's city? Yes, and then you will never lose her again. And my father, asked little Christian anxiously, will he always be busy, or do you think he will someday be able to come too? I cannot tell, replied Discretion. I am sure the king would not leave off sending messages to him, and perhaps when he knows that you and your mother are so happy, he will wish to be with you, and he will begin his pilgrimage. He will not be frightened on the way, said Christian, because he is a very brave man. I think perhaps that even mother did not like passing the wolves. When my father comes, will you tell him that I stayed here and that when he gets to the gates of the celestial city, he will be sure to see me watching for him?" "Yes, I will tell him," answered Discretion. "Now I have many things to do, so Charity shall take you into the library, and you may look in the records for your mother's name." Christian spent a happy day at the palace. Sometimes Charity was with him, and sometimes Prudence, sometimes Piety. But they were all kind and gentle and did everything they could to please their little guest. Christian, like many other small creatures, loved to read stories and to look at pictures, and he found much to enjoy in the library of the Palace Beautiful. Prudence told him which books to read, and Piety showed him all the pictures. There were many pictures of children, like Moses lying in his cradle of rushes by the waterside, little Samuel lighting the lamps in the house of God, and little Timothy listening to his mother's teaching. "And this is our dear good prince himself," said Piety. "You have read in the book how he came down to live among us and was a little baby in a poor home. Here you see him in the arms of his mother, and the shepherds are kneeling around him." Christian liked this picture and stood before it for some time until Charity called him to look at one that was her favourite. It was called The Guardian Angel. A little rabbit was walking along a narrow path, and close behind him came a beautiful angel, with its hands spread out to touch his shoulders on either side. "You see, he cannot fall," said Charity. "The king has sent the angel, and if the child slips, it will hold him fast." The time passed so quickly that the little pilgrim was surprised when evening came. Discretion had been busy all day, but before the lamps were lighted, she came into the library where Christian was reading. He laid down his book and she drew him into her arms and talked to him in a low, gentle tone, telling him many things about their good king and the good prince, his son. "I have never spent such a happy day in all my life," said Christian when he went to bed. "If it were not that I wish so much to live in the king's city, I should like to stay here always." Chapter 18. Little Christian receives his armour. Little Christian spent 3 whole days at the Palace Beautiful. On the second day, Discretion allowed him to see the armoury. This was a large room in which were stored all kinds of weapons for the use of the king's servants. Here Christian saw long rows of shining helmets, shields and breastplates of the finest brass, glittering swords, and shoes that Charity told him could never be worn out. And he noticed that these were not all intended for grown-up animals. There were helmets there that he felt were too small even for him, and tiny swords that seemed only fit for children to play with. "Are they toys?" he asked. "No," said Piety, "they are for the little pilgrims." Then Christian could not help thinking how much he would like to have a sword and a shield of his own, and to be one of the king's little soldiers. Piety sat down by one of the windows in the armoury and told Christian about the wonderful things that some of the king's soldiers had done. The story he liked best was that of a boy named David, who, when he was young, had fought with a great giant and had been able to kill him. "The giant was one of the king's enemies," said Piety, "and he thought he could easily kill little David. He was covered with armour from head to foot, and David wore only a shepherd's robe and carried neither a sword nor spear." "What did he fight with?" asked Christian. "He had a sling and a stone, and when he threw the stone at the giant, the king helped him, and he aimed so well that he struck the giant on the forehead and killed him." This story comforted little Christian, for if the king had helped David, no doubt he would be ready to help any other little pilgrim who trusted in him. On the third day, Christian said to Prudence, "Is it not time for me to go on my journey?" "Not yet," answered Prudence. "It is misty this morning, and you have not seen the view from the roof of the palace." So little Christian spent another happy day. In the morning, when he opened his window, he found that the mist had all passed away, and as soon as breakfast was over, the three sisters took him up to the roof. It was flat, so that animals could easily walk upon it, or even sit there in the pleasant summer weather. Christian looked toward the south, and far away in the distance, he could see a long range of beautiful hills with broad green fields and vineyards and shady woods. He could even see the streams sparkling in the sunlight as they flowed down into the quiet valleys. "Oh," he exclaimed, "what a lovely country that must be!" "Yes," said Piety, "that is Emmanuel's land, and the way of the king passes through it. The hills are called the Delectable Mountains, and from them you will be able to see the gates of the celestial city." "Will it take me long to get there?" asked Christian. "I do not know," answered Piety. "You are a little pilgrim, and you cannot travel very fast." Just then they heard the voice of Discretion calling to them. "We must let little Christian start in good time," she said, "in order to reach the valley before the sun is hot." "I am ready," began Christian, but Charity interrupted him. "No, he is not ready, is he, Mother? We have something more for him to do, have we not?" "Yes," replied Discretion, and she led the way to the armory. Between the palace and the celestial city, the king's enemies are often troublesome, and even the little pilgrims need to carry weapons. Christian's cheeks glowed with pleasure when he found that he was ready to have a suit of armour of his very own, and Discretion and her daughters seemed pleased also. "I like to see you made into a soldier," said Charity, and Christian wished that Christiana could have been there too. "You must take care of your armour," said Discretion as she chose out a helmet of the right size. "It must always be kept bright and shining." Then Piety brought him a shield, which was just large enough to protect him and not too heavy for him to carry. Prudence fastened the sword at his side, and Charity fitted on his shoes. Then, when he was completely dressed, Discretion bent down and kissed him, as she had done before, saying, "May the blessing of the king go with you, my child, and may you continue as his faithful soldier and servant all the days of your life." Little Christian felt too happy to speak, so he just hugged Discretion as if she had been his own mother, and she well understood that his heart was full of love and gratitude. "You must thank the king," she said. "It is he who gives you all these things." Chapter 19. An Enemy. Watchful was standing at the door of the lodge when little Christian came out of the palace. When he was opening the gates, he told Christian that another young pilgrim had passed by. "I asked him his name," said the doorkeeper, "and he told me it was Faithful." "Oh," cried little Christian, "I know him well. His house was quite near to ours. How long has he been gone? Do you think I can overtake him?" "It is about half an hour since I saw him," replied Watchful. "I should think by this time he would be at the bottom of the hill." Christian was so pleased at the thought of having a companion that he determined to walk as quickly as possible in order to overtake Faithful. But first he must say goodbye to his kind friends, who had all come down to the gates with him. "It is a beautiful morning," said Discretion. "Suppose we go to the foot of the hill with little Christian." "That would be nice," said Charity, "and perhaps we may find Faithful there. I wonder why he did not come in to see us." "It is early," said Discretion, "and no doubt he wished to hasten on his journey." "I told you that the Palace Beautiful was built at the top of the Hill of Difficulty. The valley below was called the Valley of Humiliation, and the path that led down into it from the gates of the palace was very steep indeed. Christian was glad when Discretion took his hand and held it tightly in her own, for he could scarcely keep from slipping. "I think it is difficult to get up this hill and dangerous to go down," he said. "Yes," replied Prudence. "Animals sometimes have bad falls upon this path." It was not long before they found themselves in the valley, and then Discretion gave Christian a little package of food that she had brought with her. "We have been glad to see you," she said, "and I shall not forget to give your message to your father when he comes to the palace." Little Christian was quite sorry to say goodbye, and when Discretion and her daughters had left him, he felt very lonely indeed. The valley was quiet and cool, and he walked on quickly, hoping soon to see Faithful in the distance before him. But instead of Faithful, he presently saw an evil-looking wild dog coming along the path to meet him. The dog was tall and strong, and his face was not a pleasant one. As he drew near, Christian remembered his name, for he had seen him before. He was one of the chief officers of the army of the wicked prince, and he was called Self. "He is one of the king's enemies," thought Christian, "and he will try to hurt me. What shall I do?" At first he thought he would turn around and run toward the foot of the hill. Discretion might look back and see him, or perhaps Watchful might be at the palace gates and would send someone to help him. But then he remembered that he had no armor for his back, and that his breastplate and his shield would be of no use to him unless he faced his enemy. So he determined to trust in the king and go straight on. Perhaps, as he was such a little rabbit, Self would pass by without taking any notice of him. He walked on steadily, and in a few minutes Self was quite close to him. "I should like to know where you have come from," Self said, stopping in front of Christian and looking down at his bright armor. Christian felt very afraid, but he answered, "From the city of destruction." "And where are you going?" "To the city of the king." "Perhaps you have forgotten," said Self, "that the city of destruction belongs to me. If you were not a little rabbit who can be taken back again, I should kill you for running away without my leave." "I know the city belongs to you," replied Christian bravely, "but the king loves me better than you do, and I would rather live with him." Then Self smiled. "Don't be foolish," he said. "I can be very kind to others when I like them. And if you will come back with me and promise not to run away again, I will not be angry with you. You shall live in my house and be one of my own servants." "I am one of the king's servants," said Christian. "That does not matter. The king's servants often run away from him. Besides, you were my servant when you were at home, and you ought to be glad that I am willing to forgive you and take you back again." Poor little Christian felt that tears were coming into his eyes and his lips were beginning to tremble. But he answered, "I love the king and I would rather be his servant. Please let me go on." But Self had made up his mind that Christian should go home with him. So he said, "Don't be in a hurry. Just think of all the trouble you may meet with on the way. Our soldiers are up and down everywhere, and if they see you and try to hurt you, I don't suppose the king will take the trouble to help a child. You know you have served him badly since you set out. You were so careless that you fell into the slough, and you let worldly deceive you and turn you out of the right path. Then you slept in the arbor and lost your roll. And when you came in sight of the wolves, you nearly turned back for fear of them. And yet at the Palace Beautiful, you talked as if you were one of the king's most faithful servants. I don't know how you can expect him to do anything for you." Little Christian knew that all these things were true, and he wondered how Self had heard about them. "I have been very sorry," he said, "and the king will forgive me. He knows I am only a little rabbit." Then Self could not keep back his anger any longer. He had been speaking gently because he wished Christian to forsake the king of his own accord. But when he saw that his words were of no use, he became fierce with passion. "I hate your king," he cried, "and everybody and everything belonging to him. You are my servant, and you shall never go to the celestial city, for I will kill you." Chapter 20. The First Battle. Little Christian had scarcely time to put up his shield before Self began to throw fiery darts at him, and he feared that he would soon be killed by them. But the story of David and the giant that he had heard at the Palace Beautiful came into his mind. And he thought, David had only his shepherd's robe, and I am wearing the good armor that the king has given me. I will trust in him and try not to be afraid. So he held his shield firmly on his arm and caught nearly all Self's darts upon it, until the wicked soldier became wild with rage and rushed suddenly at Little Christian and seized him in his strong arms. Those darts that Christian had not been able to catch upon his shield had struck him and wounded him in his hands and feet. His wounds were sore and bleeding so much that he was beginning to faint. Self had seen this, and he flung the little rabbit upon the ground, thinking he would now be able to kill him. Little Christian had drawn out his sword from its sheath, but when Self threw him down, the sword fell from his hand, and as he lay on the path, he thought that he had now no chance of escaping from his cruel enemy. But just as Self was going to strike his last blow, Christian saw that the sword lay within his reach. He put out his hand and caught it up, and before Self had time to prevent him, he thrust it into the soldier's body and gave him a terrible wound. Now the soldiers of the wicked prince could not bear the pain of a wound given with one of the king's swords, and Self cried out when Christian struck him. Then the little pilgrim's courage came back to him, and he thrust the weapon at his enemy a second time. And after that, Self fled away across the valley, and Christian was left alone. He lay for a minute upon the path, and then he got up and looked around. All over the grass lay the sharp darts that had been thrown at him, but Self was gone. Christian could not see him anywhere. "It was the king who helped me," he thought, and his heart was full of thankfulness for his wonderful deliverance. But the poor little soldier had been sadly wounded, and he felt so faint and ill that he was obliged to sit down upon the grass and lean his head against a great rock. He was weak and tired, and I think he must have fallen asleep, for he had a strange dream. He thought that his mother came across the valley, his own darling mother, whom he had lost so long ago. Her face shone as Little Christian had seen the moonbeams shining on a dark night. A soft silvery light seemed all around her. She was more beautiful than discretion, and her eyes, as she looked at him, were full of love and pity. Little Christian stretched out his hands to her, and she came toward him and crouched down on the grass and took him in her arms. Then she tenderly dressed the wounds, and he lay quite still and wondered if she were an angel. She did not speak to him, but presently she laid him down again upon the grass, and then he felt her lips touch his furry forehead. "Mother, mother," he cried, and he opened his eyes, but she was not there. He was lying by the rock, and he could see all down the long valley. He was quite alone. He sat up and looked at his wounds. They were not bleeding now, and they did not even ache. "I must have been dreaming," he thought, "and yet the wounds are all healed. Perhaps it was my mother. They said she would often be near me. Oh, I think the king must have sent her to help me when he saw I was sick and faint. Or at least he must have sent one of his shining ones. Then he remembered that discretion had given him some food, so he sat still for a little while and ate the bread and berries that she had given him. I must make haste, he thought, for I have lost so much time. I wonder whether Self has really gone quite away or whether he will come back to look again for me. And he said the soldiers were all around, so I must be ready to meet them. So he kept his sword in his hand and looked carefully from side to side among the rocks and bushes as he went along. Chapter 21. The Dark Valley. It was late in the afternoon when little Christian came to the end of the Valley of Humiliation. He had seen nothing more of his enemy Self, and he was beginning to think that he might now put his sword back into its sheath, when he saw two young chipmunks running toward him. Their faces were as full of fear as those of mistrust and timorous had been, and as they came up to him, Christian said to them, "Where are you going?" "Back, back," cried the chipmunks. "If you care for your life, you had better come with us." "Why?" asked Christian. "What is the matter?" "Matter?" they answered. "We were going to the celestial city as you are, but we have been as far as we dare. Indeed, if we had ventured a few steps farther, we should never have had the chance to come back and save you." "What did you find?" said Christian, wondering what dangers he might have to pass through that night. He had no thought of turning back, for his victory over Self had made him love and trust his good king more than ever. But he wished to know what the chipmunks had seen, so that he might be prepared to defend himself. "Just before us," they said, "is the dark valley, but we saw it in time, and we have hurried away." "What is it like?" "It is terrible. It is the most dreadful place we have seen, full of darkness, and we could hear cries and groans of animals in pain. No doubt they are pilgrims who have been lost there." "The way of the king leads straight through it," said Christian. "Then I do not see how we are to escape it," said one chipmunk. "You can try it if you like," said the other, "but if we get to the city at all, it must be by some other road than that." So they left him, and little Christian went on, keeping his sword in his hand. The dark valley lay much lower than the Valley of Humiliation. It was narrow, and the black rocks seemed almost to meet over Christian's long ears as he entered it. The evening was coming on, and the path was soon surrounded with a thick mist, so that he could scarcely see his hands when he stretched it out before him. Flashes of light kept breaking through the mist, but he did not know whether they were flames of fire or lightning, and the air was filled with terrible sounds, which made his heart beat fast with fear. By the light of the flames, he saw that the path upon which he was walking was a very dangerous one. On his right, there were deep hollows, and on his left, a marsh, and it was all he could do to prevent himself from slipping into either one or the other. I think that this walk through the dark valley was the worst part of little Christian's pilgrimage. Although he tried to think of the king and his goodness, he could not help being frightened. And in one part of the valley, there some of the wicked prince's servants were waiting to trouble the pilgrims. A creature came up behind him and whispered bad words in his ear. Little Christian could not see it, and he was so confused that he fancied that he had said the wicked words himself, and he feared that the king would be angry with him. About the middle of the night, as he was walking slowly along in the darkness, he heard footsteps in the distance. Some animals were coming toward him, shouting and uttering dreadful cries. He knew that it must be a band of the wicked prince's servants, and he thought, "They will hurt me, and perhaps kill me altogether. He wondered whether he should turn back, for he was becoming so frightened that he was trembling from the tip of his ears to the tip of his tail. But he had already come a long distance through the valley, and he said to himself, "Perhaps I am not far from the end of it, and going back might be worse than going forward." Presently he found that the wicked soldiers had taken a different path, and he had not met them at all. And now little Christian was comforted in his loneliness by hearing the voice of a pilgrim who was repeating aloud some beautiful words that were written in the king's book. It was too dark for him to see who the pilgrim was, but he hoped it might be Faithful, and that he would soon be able to overtake him. At last he called out to him, but although Faithful heard Christian speak, he did not know who might be wishing to stop him, so he made no answer. Still, little Christian knew he was there, and he felt less frightened than when he had thought he was alone. Chapter 22. Little Christian overtakes Faithful. Little Christian had no rest that night. He did not dare to lie down and sleep in the dark valley, for he feared that the wicked soldiers whom he could hear passing up and down among the rocks would find him and put him to death or carry him back to the city of destruction. He was very tired, but he walked bravely on through the mist and darkness, praying in his heart that the king would watch over him. And after a time he thought of some words that he had read in the king's book. "He shall give his angels charge over thee." Then he remembered the picture that Charity loved so much of the little rabbit with the guardian angel. The picture was true, he said to himself. That little child was walking on a path like this, and the king's angel was taking care of him. Perhaps there is an angel with me now. I am sure you know that little Christian was quite right. The angel had been with him all through that dreadful night, and although the little pilgrim could not see his bright guardian, there were gentle hands spread out to shield him from the terrors of the way, and strong arms ready to hold him fast if his feet slipped on the dangerous path. At last the mist began to roll away, and a soft, pale light shone overhead. Little Christian looked up and found that he could now see a strip of sky between the overhanging rocks, and he knew that the day was breaking. As the sun rose and its glorious rays streamed even into the dark valley, he stood still and looked behind him. The black rocks that surrounded him and the narrow track with the treacherous marsh on one side and the steep precipice on the other seemed more fearful than they had been in the darkness. Little Christian wondered how he had ever come safely through such a dreadful place. Then he looked forward and felt more and more thankful that the sun had risen, for he saw that the rest of the path was strewn with snares and nets, which the wicked soldiers had laid there to hinder and hurt the king's pilgrims. They had also dug holes in dangerous places and had done everything they could to make the road difficult and unsafe. So that Christian thought, if I had passed over this in the darkness, I should very likely have fallen and crippled myself. At the end of the dark valley, there was a large cave in the side of the mountain, and in this cave 2 powerful giants had once lived. Whenever pilgrims passed by their dwelling, the giants attacked them and tried to kill them, and for a long time this was one of the most dangerous places on the way to the celestial city. But one of the giants died, and the other grew old, and his limbs became stiff, so that he could no longer rush upon the pilgrims. When little Christian came near the cave, he saw the old giant tortoise sitting outside it. Christian felt a little frightened, but the giant did not move. So Christian walked straight on. The giant was full of rage when he saw him, and he would have liked to seize the little pilgrim and drag him into his cave, but he had no strength left, and little Christian passed on safely. The dark valley with all its terrors now lay behind him, and just before him the ground rose a little. Christian climbed quickly up the path, and when he reached the top of the ascent, he found that he could see for some distance along the road. Not far from him, a little groundhog was walking with his face toward the king's city. He was wearing a white suit, like Christian's own, but he had no armor. It must be Faithful, thought little Christian, and he called out, "Wait for me and I will walk with you." Then Faithful looked around, and Christian cried again, "Wait till I overtake you." But Faithful answered, "I am going to the king and there are enemies behind me." When Christian saw that Faithful would not wait for him, he felt vexed, and he began to run as fast as he could. He soon caught Faithful, and instead of stepping by his side, he ran on further, so that Faithful, in his turn, might be left behind. But he forgot to look where he was going, and striking his foot again on a stone, he fell to the ground, and Faithful had to hurry after him and help him get up. Chapter 23. Faithful tells the story of his pilgrimage. The two little pilgrims were very pleased to see each other, for they had been friends when they were living in the city of destruction. Faithful had always been quiet and thoughtful, and he and little Christian had sometimes talked together about the king's book and the wonderful stories that the strangers had told them. "I am glad I have caught up with you," said Christian. "It will be much nicer to travel together." "I meant to come all the way with you," replied Faithful, "but you went off so suddenly that I did not know until you were gone." "How long did you stay in the city?" "Only 2 or 3 days. After you left, the boys talked a great deal about the king's messages, but I don't think they really believed them." "What did they say to Pliable?" "Oh, they soon found out where he had been, for he was covered all over with mud when he came back. They laughed at him and would not let him play with them." "They need not have laughed at him," said little Christian. "They would not come." "No, but they teased him for turning back at the first bit of trouble he came to. I met him the day after, and I was going to ask him about you, but he crossed over the street and pretended he didn't see me." "I am very sorry," said Christian. "I thought he would be a real pilgrim, and it was a pity that he went home again. Now, tell me all that has happened to you." "I did not fall into the Slough," said Faithful, "but I met a girl named Pleasure before I came to the narrow gate. She is a servant of the wicked prince's palace, and when she saw where I was going, she tried to make me go back with her. I was afraid she would make me, for she was tall and strong, but I would not listen to what she said, and at last she told me I was a stupid groundhog and not worth speaking to." Little Christian remembered how he had turned aside when worldly deceived him, and he said, "You may be very glad you did not listen to her. Did you meet anyone else?" "Not for some time. When I came to the Hill of Difficulty, I saw a very old dog sitting by the side of the road. He asked me whether I was going to the Celestial City, and he said I had much better come and live with him, for he would be good to me, and when he died I should have all his riches. He was so pleasant that I could not help listening to him, and he almost persuaded me to go with him." "Oh," cried little Christian, "he would have taken you to the wicked prince." "Yes, I am sure he would have. I was just ready to turn back, but I looked up and saw that he was smiling to himself. Then it came into my mind that perhaps he was one of the wicked prince's servants. So I said, 'I will not go.' Then he was very angry and told me he would send someone after me to hurt me. However, I escaped from him and went up the hill." "Did he send anyone?" asked Christian. Yes. Just when I was passing that little arbour, I heard someone coming quickly behind me. It was one of the king's servants, and he said he had come to punish me for listening to the old dog. His name was Justice, and I thought he would have killed me with his rod. But a young lion came by with a gentle face, and he told Justice not to strike me. I did not know who it was at first, but when he was going up the hill, I saw the marks upon his feet, and I am sure it must have been our dear good prince himself. I have heard about Justice, said Christian, but the good prince does not let him punish the pilgrims too much. Did you not see the palace at the top of the hill? Yes, and the wolves too. They were asleep, and it was quite early, so I thought it was better to go on my way. The doorkeeper told me that he had seen you. I wish you had stayed at the palace. The animals are so kind. Did you meet anyone in the valley? I met Discontent there, and he was very tiresome indeed. You did not meet Self? No. I did, said Christian, and he very nearly killed me. Chapter 24, Talkative. The boys went on talking happily together until they came to a part of the plain in which the way of the king was wider than usual. Faithful happened to turn his head, and he saw that another boy was walking on the opposite side of the road. He was a fine-looking young crow, and Faithful thought that he might be a pleasant companion. So he said, "Are you going to the celestial city?" The young crow answered, "Yes." "Then let us walk together," said Faithful. "We are all travelling the same way." "I should like that very much," replied the crow, and he fluttered over the road and began to talk with Faithful. He had a great deal to say about the king and his servants and his laws, and little Faithful felt quite pleased to think of having a new friend who was so good and clever. Presently he waited for Christian, who was walking a little way behind them, and whispered, "Is he not a nice boy? I am sure he must be a very good pilgrim." Little Christian smiled. "Don't you know who he is?" he asked. "No," said Faithful. "I have not seen him before." "Haven't you? Why, he lives in our city. His name is Talkative. He often pretends to be a pilgrim just to amuse himself. But I did not know that he ever came as far as this." "Is he a bad pilgrim then?" "I am afraid he does not love the king," said Christian, "but you will soon find out." Then Faithful ran on again and walked by the side of Talkative. "Perhaps," thought the little pilgrim, "he may not be quite so bad as Christian thinks, and we may be able to persuade him to go with us." But the more the crow talked, the less Faithful liked him, and at last he became quite sure that they could never be friends. It was plain that Talkative was vain and foolish, and although he praised the king and said how delightful it was to be his servant, Faithful could see that Talkative had no real wish to enter the celestial city, and that he was only pretending to be a pilgrim for the sake of amusing himself. Faithful listened quietly for some time while his companion talked about the king's goodness, and then he said, "I suppose you are careful to obey all the king's laws?" Talkative blushed, for he knew he always did just what he liked, although he was ready to tell his friends what the king had commanded them to do. He felt vexed with little Faithful for asking him such a question, and answered crossly, "I don't see that it matters to you." "I think it does matter," replied Faithful. "If you talk so much about loving the king, you ought to serve him very well indeed." "How do you know that I don't serve him?" returned Talkative. "I'm not sure," said Faithful, "but I am afraid you don't." "I wonder what a little fellow like you has to do with correcting me," cried Talkative in an angry tone. "I am much older than you are." "I didn't mean to correct you at all, but I was not sure if you were a real pilgrim." A real pilgrim? Of course I am. But I know exactly how it is. Christian told you a lot of stories about me when you ran back to speak to him, and I suppose you believe them all. Faithful did not know what to say, for he could see that Talkative was very angry indeed, so he walked on quietly without speaking. I don't care at all, said Talkative presently. If you choose to believe bad things about me, it's your fault, not mine. But I think you are a rude, disagreeable little groundhog, and I don't wish to talk to you any more. You can just walk by yourself and leave me to do as I like. He seemed so angry that Faithful made no answer. He let Talkative go on his way alone and waited for Christian, who soon came up to him. Never mind, said Christian when he heard what had happened. I am glad he has not stayed with us, for I don't think he would have done us any good. Chapter 25. The Little Pilgrims Meet Evangelist. Soon after they had parted from Talkative, the Little Pilgrims came to a wide and desolate plain. No trees grew upon it, and there were no flowers among the short dry grass. The weight of the king went straight across it, and as Christian looked forward, he felt glad that he was not alone, for the path looked long and dreary. But with Faithful for a companion, the time passed quickly, and toward the close of the afternoon, the tired friends were glad to find that they were not very far from the border of the plain. Beyond it, the country appeared green and beautiful, and Christian hoped that they might soon come to another one of the king's houses, where they would be allowed to rest until the morning. Presently Faithful thought he heard footsteps behind him, and looking back, he saw someone whose face seemed like that of an old friend. He stood still for a minute and then cried out, "Oh, Christian, Christian, do you see who is coming after us?" Christian turned also and clapped his hands for joy. "It is Evangelist," he exclaimed. How pleased they were to see their good friend once more. Evangelist had much to hear, and he smiled with eagerness while the little pilgrims told him of all they had seen and done. "The king has been very good to you," he said at length. "You have met with some enemies and some troubles, but he has helped you always, and he will help you still if you trust in him." "I am sure he will," said Christian. Faithful only clasped his fingers a little more tightly round the tip of Evangelist's wing, for he felt shy and half afraid to speak. But Evangelist knew that he loved and trusted the king with all his heart, and that he would be quite as brave as Christian if the servants of the wicked prince were to attack him. "Will you tell us more about the road?" asked Christian. "Will it be easier now, or are there some other dreadful places to pass through?" Evangelist looked grave. "I came to meet you here," he answered, "because soon you will reach the gates of a great city that belongs to the wicked prince. It is a beautiful city, full of all kinds of pleasant things, and many pilgrims, when they enter it, are tempted to stay there instead of going on their journey. I do not wish you to be so foolish, so I have come to warn you about it." "Why must we pass through it?" said Faithful. "The wicked prince ordered it to be built on both sides of the king's way, so that pilgrims cannot possibly get to the celestial city without passing through the very middle of it." "What shall we do then?" "You must walk quietly along the streets. Do not stop to look at the beautiful things in the shops and in the market, and do not let the young animals persuade you to play with them. Sometimes the pilgrims are not much troubled by the townsfolk, and sometimes they are treated cruelly." "Would they kill us, do you think?" asked Christian. "They may perhaps put you in prison," replied Evangelist, "and they often have been wicked enough to kill those who would not serve their wicked prince. But do not be afraid. If you have to die there, the king will send his angels, and they will carry you at once to the celestial city, and you will have no more trouble or pain forever." The sun was just setting when Evangelist told Christian and Faithful goodbye, and before its light had faded away, they saw in the distance the walls and gates of a great and strong city. "Are you afraid?" said little Christian. "Not very much," answered Faithful. "The king will take care of us, and you have good armour." "Yes, I do wish that you had stayed at the Palace Beautiful. Then you would have some armour too." "Never mind," said Faithful. "I shall keep close to you, and if the animals do kill me, there will be no more enemies to fight." He put his hands in Christian's, and Christian thought of the king and tried not to feel frightened. But he was only a little rabbit, and as he passed under the wide archway and heard the heavy gates close behind him, he whispered to Faithful, "I should like Evangelist to be taking hold of my hand now." And Faithful said, "Yes, perhaps if we had asked him, he would have gone through the city with us. What a pity we did not think of it." Chapter 26. Vanity Fair. You know that the wicked prince hated the good king who ruled over the celestial city, and it made him angry to see the pilgrims on their way from his country to that of the king. He had built this city, which was called Vanity Fair, just beyond the dark valley and the wilderness, because he knew that when the pilgrims reached its gates, they would be feeling tired and faint. And he hoped that it would be then easy to persuade them to stay there instead of going further on the way of the king. So he filled the great city with everything that was pleasant and beautiful. It had broad streets and handsome houses, and the stalls in its market were covered with glittering wares. All day long the animals were passing busily up and down. They wore fine clothes and spent their whole time in pleasing themselves. And the wicked prince took care to give them plenty of things to enjoy, so that they might never have a moment to spare in which to think of the king whom they had forsaken. After they had lived in Vanity Fair for a short time, most of the pilgrims forgot the king altogether. And when they saw other pilgrims passing on their way to the celestial city, they were ready to help the servants of the wicked prince in persuading the travellers to give up their journey. It was dark when our two little pilgrims entered the town, so they stayed quietly in a sheltered corner near the gate until the next morning. As soon as the sun rose, they began their walk through the city, for they thought that if they started early, they might perhaps reach the opposite gate before the streets became crowded with animals. But little Christian's bright armour and the white suit that Faithful wore were not like the clothing of the children in Vanity Fair, and the boys had only gone a short distance before they were noticed by a young beaver cat and hare who was strolling idly about. "There are two little pilgrims," the boys cried. "Let us go after them and stop them." Little Christian and Faithful could hear the boys running behind them, but they did not look around. "Don't let us take any notice," said Christian. "Perhaps they will just speak to us." But when the three animals came up, they all gathered closely around the pilgrims and would not let them pass. "Tell us where you have come from," said one. "And who gave you that armour and those white clothes?" cried another. "Why don't you look at the shops?" asked a third. "Boys like you don't want swords and shields. You should sell them and buy some of those beautiful things." Christian scarcely knew what to say, for the boys were all speaking at once and he felt confused. But little Faithful answered bravely, "We don't wish for any of your things. We are going to the celestial city." Then the boys laughed rudely, and one of them pushed Faithful so that he would have fallen if he had not been holding Christian's hand. By this time many other children had run toward them, and some other animals stopped also to see what was the matter. Then one of the wicked prince's servants passed by, and when he saw Christian's shining helmet, he knew they must be pilgrims. So he pushed his way through the crowd and seized them both by the shoulders. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Our prince does not allow young animals to quarrel in his streets." "We are not quarrelling," said Christian. "We were just walking along quietly." "That is nonsense," replied the servant. "You have caused all this crowd and disturbance. You must come with me." "We are the king's pilgrims," said Faithful. "We are not disturbing anyone, and we only wish to pass through the city." "I don't know anything about the king's pilgrims," answered the servant. "I can see you are two foolish, troublesome boys, and you must be taken before the governor." So they led them both down the street to the governor's house, and the children of the town followed, laughing and mocking at the poor little pilgrims, whom they had brought into such trouble. Chapter 27. The Little Pilgrims Suffer for the King's Sake. The governor of the city was one of the wicked prince's chief servants, and he hated the king and his pilgrims almost as much as his master did. When Faithful and little Christian were brought before him, he was quite glad to think that he had an excuse for hurting someone whom the king loved. And he said, "You are two very bad boys, and you must both be beaten, and afterward you shall be shut up in the iron cage, so that the children of the town may see you and know what will be done to them if they follow your example." It was of no use for the little pilgrims to say anything. The tears came into Christian's eyes when he heard the governor's cruel words, and he wondered whether his mother would know what was happening to him. Faithful's cheeks grew pale, but he whispered to Christian, "Evangelist said that they might hurt us, but if we die we shall go straight to the celestial city. I shall think of the king because he is sure to help me, and I will not fear." Then Christian determined to be brave too, and he remembered the picture he had seen in the house of the interpreter of the Good Shepherd, whose feet were torn and bleeding. "He is our good prince," thought Christian, and he did not mind the pain. "I must not either, because I am the king's servant, and it is written in my book that the king's servants are to be like the good prince." And although the strokes of the heavy rod made his back and arms feel terribly sore and bruised, he behaved like a brave soldier and did not cry at all. The iron cage was a place in the middle of the market with bars of iron in front of it, so that it looked like a den for wild beasts. After they had been beaten, the little pilgrims had chains fastened upon their hands and feet, and then the guards who had charge of them put them into the cage and left them there. They could not stand upright, for they were ill and weak with pain, so they sat down together upon the ground, and each tried to comfort the other by reminding him of the king's promises. "We knew that they would be cruel," said Faithful, "but it is for the king's sake, and he will not let them hurt us too much." When the townsfolk heard that two of the king's pilgrims were lying in the cage, they were eager to see them. And soon a crowd of rude animals, young and old, gathered around to stare at Faithful and Christian and to mock them in their trouble. The boys of Vanity Fair said all kinds of cruel things to provoke the pilgrims and to make them displease the king by being passionate and angry with their enemies. But Christian and Faithful sat still, and neither of them gave a cross answer to anything that was said. At last, some of the boys, when they saw how patient the little pilgrims were, began to feel ashamed, and they cried out, "Let them alone now. They have been beaten, and it is brave of them not to cry. Don't tease them any more." But the other boys were cruel and liked to see the pale faces and trembling lips of the poor pilgrims. So they went on teasing them and laughing at them until their companions grew angry. And before long there was a great disturbance in the market, for the boys who were sorry for the pilgrims began to fight with those who were teasing them. And the governor was obliged to send his guards to stop the fighting, and ordered Christian and Faithful to be beaten once more, because, he said, the quarrel had been on their account. Then they were taken back to the cage, where they lay all night in great pain and distress. Chapter 28. Faithful ends his pilgrimage. When the morning came, Christian and Faithful were taken to the governor's court, where the judge sat every day to try any prisoner who might be brought to him. He was an old rabbit with a hard and cruel face, and like the governor, he hated the king and all his pilgrims. Christian and Faithful were brought before him with their hands chained, and he asked where they had come from and what they had been doing. Then a young bullfrog named Envy, who had been one of the first to run after the little pilgrims and tease them, hopped up and began to answer the judge's questions. He said he had known Christian and Faithful when they were living at home, and that they were disobedient and quarrelsome and did not honour the wicked prince, who was the ruler of their country. 2 other boys followed Envy, and they agreed that what he had said was quite true. They also told the judge that they were afraid the pilgrims would do great harm to the children of Vanity Fair if they were allowed to be at liberty, because they laughed at the treasures with which the wicked prince had filled the city, saying they were not worth having, and they pretended that they knew of a finer city and another king, whose laws were better than those of the wicked prince. There were 12 animals sitting in the court, whose duty it was to listen to everything that was said about the prisoners, and then help the judge decide whether they deserved punishment or not. These 12 were called the jury. Of course, they were chosen from among the chief servants of the wicked prince, and were not likely to be kind or just to any of the king's pilgrims. However, they always pretended to treat their prisoners fairly. So, when Faithful asked if he might speak with them, the judge answered, "You ought to be put to death at once for all you have done, but we will first hear what you have to say." Christian wondered how it was that Faithful had become so brave. His face was pale, but he did not seem to be frightened. Although the judge and everyone else in the court looked wicked and cruel, Christian afterward knew that the king had helped his little pilgrim and had made the timid boy brave and strong, so that he was not afraid to speak out and declare that he loved his king dearly and would obey no one else. When Faithful had spoken, the judge turned to the jury and said, "You have heard what Envy and his companions have told us about these boys, and Faithful does not deny it. He will not serve our good prince, and by the laws of our city, he ought to be put to death." Then the 12 jurors answered, "We can see that both these pilgrims are wicked, but Faithful is the worst, because he is not ashamed to speak against our prince. We think that he must be killed, but Christian can be taken back to prison." Poor little Christian's mind had been so troubled by all that had happened that he scarcely understood what the jury was saying. And when the soldiers of the wicked prince came in and led Faithful out of the court, he wondered where they were going. In a few minutes he too was taken into the marketplace, and there he saw his companion in the midst of those cruel soldiers who were beating him and wounding him with their sharp weapons. "Oh, Faithful, Faithful," he cried out, but Faithful did not answer. He was looking up into the sky, and his face was shining with a beautiful light, the way Christian's mother's face had shone when he saw her in his dream. Then Christian looked up also, and in the air, just above the place where Faithful was standing, he could see a band of angels with their wings outspread, and he knew that they were waiting to carry the soul of the little pilgrim to its home in the celestial city. Chapter 29. Little Christian leaves Vanity Fair. Little Christian knew that the angels would carry Faithful safely into the presence of the king. And as he thought of this, he forgot for a moment that he was in the midst of Vanity Fair, surrounded by the servants of the wicked prince. Suddenly the boys of the city gave a great shout of pleasure because they loved to see a little pilgrim punished. And their cry startled Christian so that he turned once more to look at his lost friend. But the king is very merciful, and he did not want Christian to know how much poor Faithful was suffering. A mist seemed to pass before his eyes, and he cried out again, "Oh, Faithful, Faithful!" Then a strange feeling came over him, and he fancied that his mother had pushed her way through the crowd and had lifted him in her arms and carried him away into an open space, where there were no soldiers and no noisy, mocking children. There he lay for some time, feeling too weak to move or speak. But presently he opened his eyes and found that he was in the prison, upon a little bed, and that a lady rabbit was bending over him. She was extravagantly dressed, like all the ladies in Vanity Fair, and although she did not look unkind, her face was very different from that of Christian's mother. She was the wife of the prison warden, and when the little fainting boy had been carried from the marketplace by the soldier who had taken charge of him, she had been sorry to see him go. So she brought some water and bathed his hands and face gently, and stayed by him until he revived. "You poor little rabbit," she said presently, "you are too young to be a pilgrim. I should like to keep you here and take care of you." "You are very kind to me," he said, "but I could not stay. I am going to the king." "Ah," replied the lady, "I was going to the king once, but the way was hard, and I have been happy here in the city." "You would be happier with the king," said Christian. "Faithful is gone. I saw the angels waiting for him, and if they ever let me out of prison, I shall travel as fast as I can to the end of my journey." The motherly rabbit softly stroked his fur. "Faithful is dead," she whispered. "I was sorry when they told me, but they are not going to kill you." "I don't think I would have minded," said Christian, "for then I should have gone straight to the celestial city. Now perhaps I shall be kept here always, or if not, I shall have to go the rest of the way alone." "They will only keep you in prison for a few days," she answered. "Stay with me, I will be very kind to you." But Christian shook his head. "I couldn't stay. I love the king and I must go after him." After a few days, the keeper of the prison came to him and told him that the governor of the city had given an order for him to be set free. So Christian started once more on his journey. The kind lady was sorry to see him go, and she kissed him and bade him think of her sometimes. "I will tell the king how good you have been to me," said Christian, "and perhaps some day you will be a pilgrim again. If I see you coming into the celestial city, I shall know you." He went quietly down the street, not feeling strong enough to walk quickly, and fearing very much lest the boys should run after him as they had done before. But because Faithful had been put to death, they were satisfied, and although they laughed together when the little pale-faced pilgrim passed, they did not touch or interfere with him in any way. He was just going through the great archway of the city gate when he heard someone running behind him, and then he felt a touch upon his shoulder. For a minute he was frightened, thinking that his troubles were beginning again. But the little mouse who had stopped him looked frightened too and said in a half whisper, "Let me come with you. I don't want to stay here any longer." "Do you mean that you will be a pilgrim?" said Christian. "Yes, I am called Hopeful, and I want to go with you. But wait until we are safely on the road, and then I will tell you all about it." Chapter 30. By Ends. Christian tried to walk a little faster, and Hopeful kept close to him, but he seemed afraid to speak until they were some distance from the city. Then he said, "We were sorry, you know, because they killed Faithful. He was so brave, and I am sure he was good." And there are some more boys and girls too who say that they will not stay in the city much longer if such cruel things are done there. I was just passing the prison when you came out, and I watched you. Then, when no one was looking, I ran after you. You don't mind my coming, do you?" "Not if you really love the king," replied Christian. "I thought I should have to go the rest of the way by myself, and I shall be glad indeed if you will come too." "Yes, I will come," said Hopeful. "I wasn't happy, and I always meant to run away some day." Christian was just beginning to ask how long Hopeful had been living in Vanity Fair when they overtook a young box turtle who was ambling along the sunny side of the road. He came from a city not far from Vanity Fair. The animals who lived in it called themselves the king's servants and pretended to love him very much. But whenever the wicked prince or his servants came to see them, they left off talking about the king and behaved as if the wicked prince were their ruler. The wicked prince liked these creatures, and when he heard that any of them had become pilgrims, he never tried to hinder them in their journey because he knew that they would be sure to turn back again as soon as they met with the least difficulty or danger. The turtle, whose name was By-Ends, joined Christian and Hopeful and walked with them for a short time. He told them that all his relations and friends were rich, and he seemed proud of his high position and inclined to despise Christian and Hopeful. "Isn't it a beautiful day?" said Hopeful presently, for the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was soft and pleasant. "Yes," replied By-Ends, "it is just nice for travelling. But pilgrims from our city never start in the winter. We always choose clear summer weather for our journeys. It is foolish to tire yourself with struggling against wind and rain." "There are storms even in the summer," said Christian. "You needn't travel in them. If it began to rain, I should retreat back into my shell until it was fine again." Christian couldn't help smiling, but he answered, "I'm sure good pilgrims never do that. We ought not to mind about the weather." Of course, said By-Ends. "You can do as you like. We need not quarrel about it. If there is a storm, you can walk in it if you choose, but I shall certainly wait over until it is done." Now Christian had read in his book that it is unwise for pilgrims to have friends who are not the king's true servants. So he said, "I am afraid if you think in that way, we shall not be good companions for you. We must go straight on whether it is fine or stormy." "Very well," answered By-Ends. "You had better go on by yourselves. I was happy before you came, and I'm sure I don't want you to stay with me." "It was a pity to vex him," said Christian as he walked on with Hopeful, "but I don't see how we could help it. If we stayed with him and there happened to be a storm, he might persuade us to turn back altogether." By-Ends had really been feeling rather lonely and was glad when Christian and Hopeful overtook him. But he was too idle and fond of his own comfort to be willing to serve the king faithfully as they wished to do. He tried to look as if he did not care when they left him, although he felt almost inclined to hurry after them and say that he did not mind about storms any more than they did. It wouldn't matter, he thought. They couldn't make me go any further than I wished, no matter how much I promised them. They are silly boys, but their company would be better than none. But before By-Ends had made up his mind what to do, he heard shouts behind him, and turning around he saw 3 of his school friends beckoning to him to wait for them. "Where are you off to?" they cried as they came up to him. "There wasn't anything particular to do at home," said By-Ends, "so I thought I'd see how I like being a pilgrim." "We'll go with you. Who are those 2 boys in front? We saw you talking to them." "Oh, they're pilgrims too," replied By-Ends, "but not our sort. They're servants of the king. I told them I should only travel while the weather kept fine, so they said I might stay by myself. I don't see the use of plodding over rough roads in wind and rain. You may as well stop until the storm is over." "Of course," said one of the boys, "but the king's servants are always like that, and if you don't exactly agree to everything they say, they won't have anything to do with you. However, what does it matter? Let them alone, and we shall be a nice little party all to ourselves." Chapter 31. Demas and the Silver Mine. By-Ends and his school friends walked on together, laughing and talking. Christian and Hopeful were not very far from them, and presently the 4 boys ran after them and began to ask them foolish questions. They pretended that they wished to know whether some of the things they were fond of doing were wrong and likely to displease the king, and they hoped Christian would not be brave enough to answer them truly, because then they would be able to call him a coward. But although little Christian was a shy and timid rabbit, he was not afraid to speak the truth. He had learned to love the king dearly, and no fear of what these rough boys might do to him would have made him agree with Bunyan and his friends. He answered all their questions bravely and truly, and at last they began to feel ashamed of themselves and said no more. Christian was glad when they left him, and he went on with Hopeful, while Bunyan stayed behind with his 3 idle companions. Soon the little pilgrims came to a narrow plain where the pathway was smooth and easy, and just beyond it they saw a hill with an opening in its side, like the mouth of a cave. A fox was standing on the hill, and when Christian and Hopeful passed by, he called to them, saying, "Come up here, and I will show you something." "What is it?" said Christian. "A mine of silver," said the fox. "It is full of rich treasure, and you can soon gather up enough to take with you on your journey." "Oh," cried Hopeful, "let us go and look at it." But Christian pulled him back. No, it is not a safe place," he said. Then he called to the fox, whose name was Demas, and he asked him if it were not dangerous. Demas knew quite well it was very dangerous indeed, but he was a servant of the wicked prince, to whom the mine belonged, and he had been sent there on purpose to tempt the pilgrims by telling them of its rich store of silver. So he answered, "It is safe, unless you are careless." But Christian turned away, saying to Hopeful, "We will not go, and I am sure I have heard about it, and you see we could not reach it without leaving the way of the king." Then Demas cried, "If you will not come, you might at least wait for me, and I will go with you. I am a pilgrim too." "I don't think you are one of the king's pilgrims," replied Christian, "or you would not try to hinder us in our journey. We cannot wait for anyone." So Demas said no more, but watched for Bunyan and his companions, who were not far off. Hopeful turned round to see what they would do. They did not love the king, and they did not care at all about the celestial city to which they pretended they were going. So when they heard of the treasure hidden in the hillside, they hurried eagerly to the mouth of the cave. Demas knew that animals who went into it to dig for silver were nearly always either lost or killed there, but he told Bunyan and his friends that it was quite safe, and they were ready to believe everything that he said. Christian and Hopeful saw them enter the cave, but no one ever heard anything of them again. No doubt they ventured too far along the dark and winding passages, and were never able to find their way back into the daylight. When the little pilgrims had walked for some distance beyond the hill, Hopeful stopped suddenly, saying, "Oh, what can that be?" Christian looked where he pointed and saw a strange white figure standing by the roadside. As they came nearer, the boys saw that it did not move, and it was in the shape of a lady, with her face turned away from the celestial city. "Do you think she was a pilgrim?" whispered Hopeful. "I don't know," said Christian. "It looks like a statue. I wonder why it is placed here by the wayside." They walked around it and looked at it carefully. At last Hopeful saw a few words carved upon the border of the woman's veil, just where it lay upon her forehead. They were old and worn, and he could not make them out. But after puzzling over them a little, Christian read them. "Remember Lot's wife." "I know what it is now," he said. "I read about it in the library at the Palace Beautiful." Then he told Hopeful how the king had once rescued Lot with his wife and 2 daughters from a city that was being destroyed for its wickedness. he sent an angel to bring them out, and the angel told them not to look back. But Lot's wife did look back, and the moment she turned, her body grew quite stiff, and she became a pillar of salt, so that she could never move again. What a dreadful thing, said Hopeful. Is it put here to frighten us? Not to frighten us, I think, but to make us careful. I am glad we did not go up the hill when Demas called us. So am I, for I should not like the king to punish me. Chapter 32. The Valley of Peace. The two pilgrims were obliged to travel very slowly that day on account of Christian's weakness. Where shall we sleep? Said Hopeful. You cannot walk all night, and it will not be safe to lie down by the wayside. Perhaps there is another house like the Palace Beautiful, replied Christian. I was happy there. You cannot think how kind Discretion and her daughters were to me. Then Hopeful began to ask questions about them, and Christian tried to tell him of all that he had seen and heard at the palace. But the little pilgrim's strength was failing after the day's journey. He soon became too tired to speak and could scarcely walk, even with the help of Hopeful. Hopeful was kind and gentle, and did all he could to cheer his weary little companion. But he began to feel anxious when he saw that Christian's face was growing paler and paler every minute. If we could only find a place to rest in, he thought. And as the evening shadows closed round the pathway, he strained his eyes eagerly in the hope of seeing some distant light, which would tell him that they were coming near to a house where they might stay until the morning. But no light appeared, and presently the night came on, and still the little pilgrims crept slowly along, for Christian would not be persuaded to lie down upon the grass, although Hopeful promised to watch carefully by his side. We will go on, he said. I don't think the king will forget us. He knows how tired we are, and he will be sure to give us rest soon. And now the stars began to twinkle in the dark sky, and the moon rose over the hills and shed her pure soft light upon the way of the king. As Hopeful looked forward, he saw that the pathway was widening, and that a broad river was flowing in the distance. We are coming to the Palace Beautiful country, he exclaimed. Look, Christian, we are coming to a beautiful country, he exclaimed. Look, Christian, the river is close to the wayside, and the path must lead through that meadow, which is all fenced in and safe. Christian looked, and the sight of the river and the hope of resting revived him a little. In a short time they reached the brink of the water and found that Hopeful was right. The way of the king ran close to the river, which was called the River of Life, and the ground on both sides of it was protected by strong fences, forming a beautiful meadow covered with soft grass and flowers, shaded by tall spreading trees, under whose boughs the king's pilgrims might rest safely and have no fear of enemies. How thankful Christian was to lay his aching little body upon the mossy bank. Hopeful sat by him and watched the moonlight playing peacefully upon the rippling water. Soon he clasped Christian's hand, saying, The wicked prince never comes here. Oh no, said Christian, I am sure he does not. It is all so still and happy. The little pilgrims lay down side by side and slept quietly until the morning. When the sun rose, a messenger came to them from the king. This is the Valley of Peace, he said. You are to stay for a few days until Christian grows strong again. You will find plenty of food, for the trees are full of fruit, and you must drink the water of the river, which will strengthen and refresh you. So the boys spent a whole week in the beautiful valley, resting and enjoying their life more and more every day. Christian was not afraid to loosen his armour in this quiet spot, and he would sit by the river, leaning comfortably against the trunk of some wide-spreading tree, while Hopeful lay on the grass near him, plucking the flowers or gathering up the delicious fruit, which was now ripe and falling from the heavily laden boughs. After all Christian's troubles, the valley of peace seemed very pleasant. Soon the colour came back to his cheeks and the strength to his limbs, and he felt able to continue his journey. "I don't think we are very far from the celestial city," he said, "and I shall be so glad when we get there. After this good rest, we should be able to travel faster." Chapter 32, Bypath Meadow. The little pilgrims left the Valley of Peace early in the morning and travelled along the way of the king all that day. Late in the afternoon, they came to a place where a stile led into a broad green meadow. It was called Bypath Meadow, and it belonged to a cruel and powerful giant hare named Despair. He was one of the most famous soldiers in the wicked prince's army, and he lived in a strong castle beyond the meadow, which could not be seen from the way of the king. This was all written in Christian's book, but he did not think of looking at it just then. The boys were both feeling very tired. They had found the path leading from the river rough and stony, and their feet were sore and aching. Christian stopped when he saw the stile and leaned over it. A fence divided the meadow from the way of the king, but a smooth grassy path ran close to it. "Could we not walk along this path for a little way?" he said, turning to Hopeful. "The stones are so hard, but my feet ache dreadfully." "So do mine," answered Hopeful, "but would it be safe?" Then he came to the stile also and looked over. "I think it must be," said Christian. "See, it runs close to the fence. We could climb back again anywhere in a minute." Hopeful did not feel quite sure that they were doing right, but he also thought that Christian knew more about the king's laws than he did, and he followed his companions into the meadow, and the grass was soft and pleasant to their feet. Not far before them, another young animal was walking along near the fence. Christian called to him, saying, "Can you tell us where this path leads to?" The boy, whose name was Vain Confidence, turned around and replied, "To the celestial city." "You see," said Christian, "I was right. We shall be quite safe. We can keep behind him, and then, if there is any danger, we shall know of it in time to escape." But Hopeful was not satisfied, and when the night came on and the shadows grew so thick that the figure of Vain Confidence could no longer be seen, he felt frightened. Suddenly a cry was heard and the sound of falling. Hopeful seized Christian's hand and clung to him in great fear, and Christian too lost his courage and began to tremble from ear to tail. "What could have happened?" he said, and he called again to Vain Confidence, but he received no answer. Only through the darkness the boys could hear that someone was groaning as if in terrible pain. "I am sure we are not in the right way," said Hopeful, "and it is so dark." Christian did not answer. He knew now that he had done wrong in climbing over the stile, and he wondered how he could have been so foolish as to think that any path could be safe that led him out of the straight road. But before he could speak again, he felt some very heavy drops of rain upon his fur. Then a bright flash of lightning darted across the sky, and a roar of thunder followed. The rain poured in torrents, and the thunder and lightning were more fearful than any which they had heard or seen before. Christian began to cry and wished that he had not been so careless. "It was my fault," he said. "Oh, Hopeful, I am sorry. I deserved to be killed, but you would never have come if I had not persuaded you." "I might have," said Hopeful, not liking to hear poor Christian's sobs. "Don't cry, Christian. It was my fault too, because I didn't try to prevent your coming." "Let us turn back," said Christian. "Perhaps we can find our way." By this time the heavy rain had filled the little streams that ran through the meadow, and the path by the fence was flooded. The water was so deep that the boys could scarcely keep their footing, and they began to fear that they would never get back into the way of the king. The storm lasted for many hours, and although Christian and Hopeful struggled on bravely, they soon found that it would not be possible to make their way to the stile in the darkness. So at last they crouched down together in a little sheltered corner close to the fence, meaning to watch for the first gleam of daylight, and then hasten on their way. But they were both worn out with fright and weariness, and before the morning came they fell asleep. Chapter 34. Seized by the Giant.
Don't do seized by the giant.
Or you can just go out of the room, maybe. You too. The storm passed away before daybreak, and the sun rose in the clear sky and shone brightly over the way of the king. Christian and Hopeful were lying under the shadow of the fence and did not feel the warmth of the sunbeams. So instead of making their way back to the stile in the early morning, as they had intended to do, they slept soundly and knew nothing of the danger that was close at hand. Giant Despair had heard the storm raging, and he came down from his castle soon after sunrise and walked through his fields and meadows to see if any harm had been done by the wind and rain. Last of all he crossed Bypath Meadow. On his way home he passed by the very spot where the little pilgrims were sleeping. Hopeful's robe, which had once been white and new, had become soiled and shabby while he stayed in Vanity Fair. But Christian's armour still looked bright, although it was sadly splashed with mud through which he had walked the night before. The giant caught sight of his shining helmet among the bushes by the fence, and he turned at once to see who was lying there. "They are pilgrims of the king," he said to himself, and he smiled to think that they were in his power. A loud voice roused Christian from his dreams, and when he opened his eyes he saw the giant stooping over him. Despair was a terrible-looking hare with shaggy fur and beard, and clothes made of rough skins and wild beasts. Christian cried out with fear when he saw him, and this roused Hopeful, who sprang up trembling. "What are you doing here?" said the giant. "We are pilgrims," answered Christian, whose lips were quivering so that he could scarcely speak, "and we have lost our way." "You have no right to sleep in my meadow," said the giant, and his voice was so harsh and deep that the boys were more frightened by it than they had been by the storm. "I shall take you back with me to my castle." The poor little pilgrims knew that they were quite helpless. If they had tried to run away, this great strong creature would have overtaken them in a moment. He drove them before him across the field to his house, which was called Doubting Castle, and put them into a dark dungeon, locking the door behind them. All day and all night they lay there upon the bare ground without either food or water, and not even able to see each other. Hopeful crept close to Christian, and they clung together, wondering whether the giant would soon come and put them to death. Christian's heart was full of grief, because he felt he had caused all this trouble, and now he feared that the giant would kill them both, and that they would never reach the celestial city. Giant Despair had a wife, whose name was Diffidence. He told her that he had found 2 little pilgrims sleeping in his meadow, and that he had brought them home and locked them up in one of his dungeons. Diffidence was pleased to hear this, and being a cruel creature, she said that she hoped her husband would beat his little prisoners. So in the morning the giant took his club and went down to the dungeon. When he had beaten the boys, he left them again in the darkness, and they were so bruised by the heavy blows that they could not move, but lay upon the ground all that day, moaning with pain. The next day, Despair visited them again and seemed surprised to find they were not dead. He told them that he would never let them leave his castle, but that if they did not wish to die for want of food, they might drink some poison that he would leave with them. Then Christian begged him to have mercy upon them and set them free, and this made the giant so angry that he rushed upon them with his club and would have killed them. But his strength suddenly failed, and he was obliged to leave them. In the bright weather he often had fits of weakness and lost his use of his hands, so that sometimes the pilgrims whom he carried into his castle were able to escape from him. Christian did not know this, and he began to think that it was now foolish to hope for deliverance. "What shall we do," he said, "if we are to stay here until we die? Will it not be better to drink this poison than to die slowly for want of food?" "I am sure we must not do that," said Hopeful. "A pilgrim's life belongs to the king. It is not his own. Perhaps if the giant is ill again, he may forget to lock the door, and we may be able to slip out of it before his strength comes back. Let us wait a little longer, and the king may show us a way to escape." Chapter 35. The Key of Promise. In the evening, the giant came down into the dungeon again, hoping to find that his poor little prisoners were dead. But although they were very weak and faint, they were still alive, and they had not touched the poison that he had left with them. This made Despair very angry, and he frightened the children so much with his terrible looks and words that little Christian fainted quite away. When his senses returned, the giant was gone, and only Hopeful sat by him, rubbing his hands and trying to keep him warm. "I think we shall have to take the poison," he said. "It is dreadful here. We cannot bear it much longer, and we shall never be able to escape." "You must not talk in that way," replied Hopeful. "You are forgetting all that has happened to you before. Just remember what a long way you have travelled and how many dangers you have been in. You were not afraid to fight with Self, and the king helped you conquer him. You passed safely through the dark valley, and even in Vanity Fair the king did not let you be killed. Let us trust in him and wait a little longer." Now the giant and his wife knew that when Despair killed pilgrims, the king always sent his angels to carry them away. So when Diffidence heard that the children were still alive, she was no less angry than her husband. "You had better take them into the courtyard tomorrow," she said, "and let them see the bones of the pilgrims who have died here before. Then perhaps they will be frightened and will drink the poison." The giant thought that this would be a good plan, and in the morning he brought Hopeful and Christian out of the dungeon and led them into the courtyard, which was strewn all over with the bones of many different animals, young and old. It was a dreadful sight, and the giant was pleased to see how frightened his little prisoners looked. "These are the bones of the pilgrims," he said. "They came into my meadows as you did, and I brought them into my castle and killed them. In a few days I shall put you both to death, like I have others, and your bones will lie here with the rest." Then he beat them once more, and they lay all day in their dark prison, crying together and wondering whether their troubles would ever come to an end.
Mommy, can you skip that?
Then he beat them once more. The same night, when Despair was talking to his wife, he said that he could not understand how it was that these two little boys were so very brave. "Perhaps," replied Diffidence, "they think that someone will come to save them, or they may have a key hidden in their clothes, with which they will open the doors when we are not watching. You have lost prisoners in that way many times." This was quite true, but the giant thought that if Christian had had one of the king's keys with him, he would have used it before. "But I will search them both in the morning," he said, and then he fell asleep. The little key, which was called the Key of Promise, lay in Christian's pocket. It had been given to him at the Palace Beautiful, but in his trouble he had forgotten all about it. Neither he nor Hopeful could sleep that night, and after talking together for some time, they began to pray to the king and beg him earnestly to help them. "He will hear us," said Christian, "though we cannot see him, and I am beginning to feel as if we should escape after all." The king did hear the little pilgrim's prayer, and he sent one of his bright angels to tell them what to do. They did not see the angel, but a thought came suddenly into Christian's mind, and that thought was really the whisper of the king's bright messenger. "Oh, how stupid I have been," he cried. "We have stayed here all these days when we might have gone away at once. Discretion gave me a key, and I believe it will open every one of the giant's locks." Hopeful sprang up. "Let us try it," he said. "It must still be night, and no doubt Despair is asleep." They felt carefully in the darkness until they found the lock of the dungeon door, and Christian put the key into it. It turned quite easily, and with beating hearts the boys stepped softly over the threshold and listened. A dim light shone down the passage, and they soon found their way to the door that led into the courtyard. This Christian opened also, and not daring even to whisper, Hopeful followed him across the pavement. The moon was shining brightly, and only one more door stood between the little pilgrims and the green meadow, but this last lock was very stiff, and although Christian tried it with all his might, he could not turn the key. Then the giant's steps sounded upon the castle's stairs, for he had heard someone moving, and the little pilgrims thought that he would overtake them, and they were ready to faint with fear. But just as Despair reached the doorway, his club dropped from his hands, and he fell heavily upon the ground. "Oh, do try harder," cried Hopeful, "and we shall go away before his fit is over." "I am trying," said Christian, "but the lock is rusty." Hopeful reached up and put his hands also upon the key. "It's moving," he said, and in another moment the lock gave way. The giant still lay upon the ground, and the boys hastily pulled back the heavy bolts and opened the door. Then Hopeful seized Christian's hand, and they ran as fast as they could across the broad meadow toward the stile that led into the way of the king. Chapter 36. The Delectable Mountains. "Oh," exclaimed Christian, when at last the boys found themselves once more on the way of the king, "how glad I am that Discretion gave me the key." "Yes," said Hopeful, "what should we have done without it?" They sat down together upon the roadside, for they were out of breath with running. They were not afraid to rest there, for they felt sure that Despair would not follow them into the king's way. "It is a pity that pilgrims do not know where that path will lead them," said Christian. "Could we not write something upon a stone and set it up near the stile?" "We might try," replied Hopeful. "I can cut some letters if we can find a stone." They looked up and down, and presently they found a large, smooth block of stone lying in the grass. "This will do very well," said Christian. "You can cut the letters first, and then I think we can push it up into the right place." So Hopeful drew out his knife, and after consulting together, they carved these words upon the stone: "This path leads to Doubting Castle, which belongs to Giant Despair. He is the king's enemy, and he tries to kill the pilgrims." Hopeful was some time over his task, but at last it was finished, and before the moon went down, the stone was pushed across the grass and placed close to the stile, so that no one could pass by without seeing it. "It will perhaps save someone," said Hopeful. "It was a good thing that you thought of it." The short summer night was soon over, and the sun rose behind the hills. The little pilgrims walked on quietly, enjoying the light and the fresh air very much after spending those terrible days and nights in the dungeon. "What beautiful hills are those," said Hopeful, "and the way of the king leads over them." "I think they must be the Delectable Mountains," replied Christian. "I saw them far away when I was at the Palace Beautiful. I believe some shepherds live there who are kind to the pilgrims. Perhaps they will give us some food and let us rest a little." Soon the children came close to the mountain and began to climb the path that led across them. It was not steep and rugged like that upon the Hill of Difficulty. It was smooth and easy, and the slopes on each side of it were planted with vines. Little streams of pure water sparkled in the grass, and the trees, laden with fruit, grew here and there with spreading boughs that hung over the way of the king, and it screened the pilgrims from the heat of the sun. Christian and Hopeful were hungry and thirsty too, and they were glad to eat some of the fruit and take a cool drink of water. The shepherds were not far from the path, and when they saw the boys coming, 4 of their number went down the green slopes to meet them. "Are these the Delectable Mountains?" asked Christian. "Yes," replied one of the shepherds. "This country is called Emmanuel's Land. It belongs to the good prince, and it is in sight of the king's city. These sheep are his, and we live upon the mountains to take care of them." "Is it very far to the celestial city?" asked Christian. "And is the way safe?" "It is safe for those who love the king, but pilgrims who do not serve him faithfully often fall into danger." "Is there any place here where pilgrims may rest?" asked Christian. "We are both so very tired." "Oh yes," replied the shepherds. "The king has commanded us to do all that we can for his servants who pass over the mountains. Come to our tents and we will take good care of you." So the shepherds, whose names were Knowledge, Experience, Watchful and Sincere, led Christian and Hopeful to their tents and brought them water to wash in and gave them plenty of wholesome food. Then, seeing how tired they were, Watchful prepared beds for them, where they slept comfortably and awoke early in the morning feeling refreshed and strengthened. Chapter 37. The Rock of Error and Mount Caution. The next day, when the little pilgrims were preparing to continue their journey, the shepherds came to them and asked whether they would like to go for a walk upon the mountain before they went away. Christian and Hopeful thought they would enjoy this very much. So the shepherds went with them over the broad green slopes and along the paths that had been cut upon the sides of the hills. "It is not safe," said Knowledge, "for strangers to walk across these mountains alone, but the king allows us to take some of the pilgrims to see the view of the celestial city." Presently they came to a steep path that was rugged and not easy to climb. It led to the top of the highest point. Christian and Hopeful were glad to put their hands into those of the shepherds and hold them very tightly indeed. The rock was just at the edge of the mountain, and when the little pilgrims looked down from it, they could see a valley far below them, and upon the ground at the bottom of the valley lay the bodies of many dead animals. "Did they fall from this rock?" asked Hopeful. "Yes," replied the shepherds. "This is the Rock of Error, and pilgrims who leave the way of the king and wander upon the mountains alone are fond of climbing up this path because they think they will have a better view from the rock. But when they look over, the sight of the deep valley makes them giddy and they fall and are killed." Then the shepherds took the children to another place, which was called Mount Caution. From it they looked upon a wide plain, where numbers of animals, young and old, were walking up and down. but they walked in a strange way, stretching out their hands as if to feel what was before them. And Christian noticed that they kept stumbling over the rocks. "Are they blind?" he asked. Experience answered that they were. "Did you see a stile on the left side of the road, not very far from these mountains?" asked Watchful. "Yes," replied Christian. "Beyond that stile is a path that leads to a strong castle, and in the castle lives a giant named Despair. Many pilgrims go over into his meadow because near to the stile the way of the king is rough and stony, and the giant's path looks green and smooth. Then they almost always lose their way, and Despair seizes them and carries them to his castle. He is very cruel to them. And at last, if he does not kill them, he makes them unable to see and brings them down to this plain where they wander about till they die." Christian and Hopeful looked at each other, but they did not speak. Perhaps if they had not escaped from Doubting Castle by the help of the little key, they too would have been left to perish upon the plain. The shepherds now went down the mountains, on the side that was farthest from the way of the king. Soon they came to a spot that reminded Christian of the entrance to the dark valley. Great black rocks hung over the path, and the children could see only a little distance down the narrow road, because the thick mist lay before them. "This is another dangerous place," said Knowledge, "and pilgrims who walk alone upon the mountains are often lost here. That path leads into the country of the wicked prince, and pilgrims who enter it are never able to find their way back again." All these things made the little pilgrims thoughtful, but Christian afterwards said, "I am glad that we saw them, although I was frightened, because now we shall be very careful indeed about keeping in the way of the king." Chapter 38. Ignorance. Last of all, the shepherds brought the little pilgrims to the top of a hill called Mount Clear, from which they could see a very long way indeed. Far in the distance a beautiful light was shining which dazzled their eyes when they tried to look at it. "In the midst of that light," said a shepherd, "is the celestial city. If your eyes are strong, you will be able to see its gates." But the light was brighter than the sun at midday, and its glory was too great for animal eyes to bear. "I can only see it shining," said little Christian. "It is too bright for you," said Sincere, "but we have a viewing scope called Faith, which will make it seem clearer." Christian took the golden scope in his hands. It had a small glass eyepiece to look through at one end, and a larger lens at the other. But the thought of the king's city, which he had so longed to see, made him tremble, and his hands shook so that he could not hold the scope steadily. Then Hopeful tried, but tears came into his eyes. "The city dazzles me," he says, "but I think I can see something like a gate." The walk upon the mountains had taken up the whole of the morning, so the shepherds led the children back to the tents and made them rest a little while before they went away. "When you have travelled a little farther," said Experience, "you will likely meet the Flatterer. He will try to lead you out of the way of the king, but you must not listen to what he says." Then Hopeful told them that they would soon come to a place called the Enchanted Ground, where the air made the pilgrims feel very sleepy. It was a part of the wicked prince's country, and if his servants find you sleeping there, they will carry you away. "We will give you this little map," said Knowledge, putting a sheet of paper into Christian's hand. "All the places you will have to pass are marked upon it, and if you look at it carefully, you cannot lose your way." As Christian and Hopeful went down the mountain path, they talked together of all that the shepherds had shown them. "If we could only have seen the celestial city," said Christian, "I should have been so glad." "Well," replied Hopeful, "we did see the glory of it, and we know that now it is not very far away." At the foot of the mountain, the boys came to a corner of the little crooked lane. This lane led from a country called Conceit, and a young squirrel was running along toward the way of the king, when Christian and Hopeful passed. "Where do you come from?" asked Christian, for the squirrel soon overtook them. "From the country beyond the hills," he replied, "and I am going to the celestial city." "But do you think they will let you in?" said Christian. "Why not? They let everyone in." "Not everybody. We have our roles to show. Did the king send you one?" "No, but I suppose that won't matter. I am his servant because I always do what he bids me. I have heard that he wishes animals to leave their own lands and travel to his city, so I am going, just as you are." "But," said Christian, "the king's pilgrims ought to come in at the narrow gate and pass by the cross. Then the shining ones bring them white garments and a roll. I am afraid you didn't know that." "You needn't make such a fuss about it," replied the squirrel, whose name was Ignorance. "I don't know where you come from, but very likely you were living near the narrow gate, and of course it was convenient for you to enter it there. It's a very long way from my home, and nobody ever thinks of going to it. In fact, I don't believe that anybody knows the way. We have that pleasant green lane which saves all trouble and makes our pilgrimage much shorter." Christian scarcely knew what to answer, and as Ignorance stopped to gather some fruit, the little pilgrims passed on without him. He did not run after them, and Hopeful said, "Shall we wait for him?" "I think not," replied Christian. "Perhaps he will join us presently." Chapter 39. The Story of Little Faith. Christian and Hopeful had not walked far before they saw a band of soldiers in the distance. They were clothed in dark armour, which did not shine as Christian's did, and the little pilgrims knew that they belonged to the army of the wicked prince. "Do you think they will hurt us?" said Hopeful. "I don't know," replied Christian, and the boys both felt frightened, although they kept steadily on their way. But as the soldiers drew nearer, the children saw they had a prisoner among them, and they knew by his clothing that he was one of the king's pilgrims. The soldiers were hurrying him along, and they took no notice of Christian and Hopeful as they passed by. The pilgrim hung his head, for he was ashamed to let the children see his face. He had once loved the king, and he had travelled nearly to the gates of the celestial city. Then he began to wander from the straight path, and before long he met with some servants of the wicked prince, who pretended to be kind to him. He stayed with them and soon forgot the good king and left off obeying his laws. He allowed his bright armour to grow rusty, and his garments became soiled and ragged. His roll was lost, and no one would have known that he had ever served the king at all. But one day something reminded him of the celestial city, and he began to feel sorry for what he had done and to wonder whether the king would forgive him. After a while he left his new friends and tried to find his way back again into the straight path. The wicked prince heard that he was gone and sent a band of soldiers to look for him. When the poor pilgrim drew his sword to defend himself, he found that it was spoiled with rust and he could not use it. So the soldiers bound him with chains and were now taking him back to the country of the wicked prince. Christian and Hopeful were glad that the soldiers did not speak to them, but they were sorry for the pilgrim, who seemed to be in great trouble. "I remember," said Christian as they went on, "when I was at the Palace Beautiful, I read a story of a pilgrim named Little Faith, who was robbed not far from this place. I think the wicked prince's servants often come here, and we must be very careful, or they may perhaps hurt us." "Tell me about Little Faith," said Hopeful. "How was he robbed?" "He was tired," replied Christian, "and he sat down upon the grass to rest and fell asleep. It was just at the corner of one of the lanes that we have passed, so it was not a safe place to sleep in. 3 bad boys, I think their names were Faint Heart, Mistrust, and Guilt, were playing in the lane, and they saw little Faith lying at the corner, so they thought they would steal his things. He was just waking when they seized him, and before he had time to get his sword, they threw him upon the ground and beat him dreadfully. Then they took all his money out of his pockets, and perhaps they would have killed him. They thought they heard someone coming. Who was it? There wasn't anyone really, but they knew they were doing wrong, and they were frightened. There is a little village called Good Confidence somewhere among these mountains, and Great Grace, one of the king's captains, lives there. The boys thought he had seen them, and so they ran away. And what became of little Faith? Was he hurt very much? Yes, but they had not found his role, so although he was grieved to lose his money, he felt comforted, and after a little while he was able to get up and go on his journey. Chapter 40. The Flatterer and His Net. The boys were talking together about little Faith and his trouble when they came to a place where the road led out of the way of the king in such a manner that it was difficult to see which path was the right one. If you stood on one side of the road, the right-hand path seemed to be straight, but if you crossed over to the other side, the left-hand path looked quite straight also. I don't know which is right, said Christian, and they stood still to consider. Now the shepherds had given the children a little map, and if they had looked at it, they would have seen at once which path to take. But instead of doing this, they began to waste their time by crossing the road from side to side, trying to find out for themselves which was the straighter of the 2 paths. Presently a raccoon came up behind them. His face was dour and ugly, but he wore a white robe, and the children supposed that he was a pilgrim. "What is the matter?" he asked. "You seem to be puzzled." "Oh," replied Christian, "we are going to the king's city, and we cannot make out which of these paths is the right one." The raccoon laughed. "Is that all?" he said. "You need not look so troubled about it. I am going to the celestial city myself. Follow me, and I will show you the way." So, without waiting to be sure that the raccoon was really a pilgrim, Christian and Hopeful followed him. But soon they discovered their mistake, for instead of looking toward the celestial city, they found that they were going back to the Delectable Mountains. "This path is not straight, I am sure," exclaimed Christian. Hopeful stopped at once. "Don't you think it is?" he said in a frightened voice. "No, we ought to be looking the other way. See, these are the hills where we were walking this morning. This path is leading us back to them." "That raccoon has deceived us," said Hopeful. "We must turn back again." "But perhaps he will run after us and kill us. He cannot be a real pilgrim." "I don't know," said Christian. "I wish we had not followed him. Let us run away." The boys turned around hastily, but at that very moment the raccoon turned also, and before they had time to take a single step toward the way of the king, they found themselves entangled in a large net which he had thrown over them. They fell upon the ground, crying aloud for help, but the creature only laughed and walked away. Then his white robe slipped from his shoulders, and they saw that he was a servant of the wicked prince, and had dressed himself like a pilgrim in order to deceive anyone who would listen to him. Christian and Hopeful struggled hard to free themselves from the dreadful net, but the more they pulled at it, the tighter it became, and at last they were forced to lie still, crying together and thinking how foolish they had been. "That raccoon must be the Flatterer," said Christian, "and the shepherds told us not to listen to him." "Yes," said Hopeful, "and we never looked at the map that they gave us." "We are very bad pilgrims," sobbed Christian. "We are always doing naughty things. If only the king would save us this once. I don't think we should ever be foolish again." Chapter 41. The little pilgrims are rescued by the Shining One. The little pilgrims began to fear that they would have to spend the night beneath the net of the Flatterer. "And perhaps," said Christian, "he has gone to tell the wicked prince, and he will send his soldiers to carry us away." Just when the sun was setting, the children heard footsteps coming nearer and nearer, and even Hopeful could not help trembling. But only one figure came into sight, and they knew by his shining garments and gentle face that he was really one of the king's true servants. When he saw the little pilgrims, he stopped. "How did you get into this net?" he asked. "We were puzzled," said Christian, "and we could not make out which way to take. Then a raccoon with a white robe came to us and told us he was going to the celestial city. So we followed him." "It was the Flatterer," said the king's servant, and then he stooped down and tore the net in pieces. Christian and Hopeful were soon able to creep out of it, and they stood upon the path before him, waiting until he should tell them what to do. His face was serious, and Christian remembered how Evangelist had looked at him in the same way when he found him wandering among the terrible rocks. The Shining One turned toward the way of the king and bade the boys come after him. Christian slipped his hand into Hopeful's, and they walked on together. When they were once more on the right path, the Shining One stopped. "Where did you sleep last night?" he asked. "With the shepherds upon the mountains." "Did they not give you a little map of the way?" "Yes," said the boys, and they hung their heads, for they felt very much ashamed. "Did you look at your map when you were puzzled?" "No," whispered Hopeful, and Christian added, "We forgot." "And what else did the shepherds say to you? Did they warn you about the Flatterer?" "They told us we were not to listen to him." "And yet you did listen to him. How was that?" "We did not think that the raccoon could be the Flatterer because he spoke so kindly to us." The tears were now running down the little pilgrims' whiskers, and the Shining One laid his hands upon their heads and spoke gently to them. "You have been very foolish," he said, "but I think you are sorry." "We are very, very sorry," sobbed poor little Christian, "and it was more my fault than Hopeful's." "No," said the Shining One, "you were both wrong. If the king had not sent me to look for you, you might have been killed or carried away by the soldiers of the wicked prince. But although the king had sent his servant to seek for the lost children and bring them back to the right path, he was not pleased with them, and he had commanded the Shining One to punish them for their foolishness. 'The king will forgive you,' he said, 'but I shall be obliged to punish you, because you have now been pilgrims for a long time, and you would not have lost your way if you had done as the shepherds had told you.' Their punishment hurt them very much, but they knew that they deserved to be punished. When it was over, the Shining One told them that the king would not remember their naughtiness any more. 'Our dear good prince,' he said, 'was once a pilgrim, and he has not forgotten the dangers and difficulties of the way. He is always watching over you, and when you are careless, he begs his father to forgive you for his sake.'" Chapter 42. Unbelief. After the Shining One had left them, the little pilgrims went steadily on their way, and for 2 or 3 days they met with neither friends nor enemies. They were now crossing a wide plain which lay between the Delectable Mountains and a beautiful country with low hills and long valleys. This was marked upon their map as the Land of Delight. Part of the plain was called the Enchanted Ground, and Hopeful reminded Christian that the shepherds had warned them not to fall asleep there. I had not forgotten, said Christian, but I am glad you remembered too. We must be careful now, for after all this long journey it would be dreadful if we were carried away like that poor little pilgrim whom we saw the other day. We will not listen to any more flatterers, said Hopeful. Is there not a weasel upon the road before us now? Yes, replied Christian, and his face is turned away from the celestial city. He must be coming to meet us. I don't think he is one of the shining ones, said Hopeful, as the figure drew near. No, he has pilgrim's clothing, but he is walking the wrong way. The weasel, whose name was Unbelief, stopped when he met the children and asked them where they were going. He had a pleasant face, and his voice was gentle, but the boys knew they must not trust his words. We are going to the celestial city, the city of the king, said Christian in answer to his question. Unbelief laughed. You poor little fellas, he said. Have you really travelled all this long way without finding out the truth? What truth? Asked Hopeful. It's such a tiresome journey, continued Unbelief, and if you ever get to the end of it, you'll only be disappointed. Why? Then Unbelief pretended to look sad. There is no king, he said, and no celestial city. Oh, but there is, exclaimed Christian. We have heard about it from the king's own servants. Unbelief put his hand upon the boy's shoulder and tried to turn him around. My dear rabbit, you are quite young and I am growing old. Listen to what I have to say. Long, long ago, I heard the very same story that was told to you. I left my home and came to look for the king's city. Well, said Christian, you will find it soon, will you not? No, replied Unbelief. I have been much farther than you have, and I have spent 20 years as a pilgrim, and I can find no city at all. Then Christian turned to Hopeful with a sorrowful face. Oh, do you think he is speaking the truth? No, said Hopeful, I am sure he is not. Do not listen to him. You know we saw the city from the Delectable Mountains. Let us make haste, or the Shining One will have to punish us again. Unbelief stood by watching the two boys. Come back with me, he said, and I will take you safely to your own homes again. But Christian answered him bravely. You are trying to deceive us, but we do not believe what you say. We are quite sure that the king's word is true and that there is a celestial city. We saw its gates when we were with the shepherds. Unbelief shook his head. You are mistaken, but you can go and look for it. I am going back to my own country. And we are going to the king, replied Christian. So they went on again, and Unbelief laughed at them as he turned away. Chapter 43. The Enchanted Ground. They came a little later in the day to that part of the plain that was called the Enchanted Ground. It was a pleasant place, so sheltered by the hills that the air was always soft and warm. The streams flowed gently along, the breeze scarcely stirred the leaves of the trees, and everything around seemed quite happy. But the meadows on either side of the Way of the King were not fenced in like those of the beautiful Valley of Peace. Therefore, it was not safe for the pilgrims to lie down and rest in them. The servants of the wicked prince were often hidden among the rocks and bushes, and when travellers were foolish enough to sleep there, they were almost sure to be robbed, if they were not carried off altogether. Oh dear, exclaimed Hopeful presently, I am so sleepy. My eyes keep shutting every minute. Do let us sit down and rest for a while. Not here, said Christian, and he seized Hopeful's arm and shook him gently. Hopeful, Hopeful, you were forgetting this is the Enchanted Ground.
Well, oh, replied Hopeful drowsily, there is no one to hurt us. I will only stay a few minutes, Christian. Don't wait for me. He threw himself down on the grass, but Hopeful quickly pulled him up again. And this time he shook him violently. What are you thinking? He said. Don't you remember what the shepherds told us? And he did not rest until Hopeful was thoroughly awakened. Then the little pilgrim was frightened at the thought of his danger. What should I have done if I had been alone? I am sure I should have fallen asleep. I have never felt so tired in all my life. I was just beginning to feel sleepy too, Christian told Hopeful, but shaking you roused me. We may be very thankful that we are together. Let us talk about something interesting. That will keep us awake. You have never told me how it was that you came to be a pilgrim. I started before you did, said Hopeful. I knew Faithful well, and when Evangelist first talked to him, he used to come to me afterward and tell me what he had heard about the king. I did not care much then, but after a time I thought it would be nice to live in the celestial city. So one day I ran off to the narrow gate and began my journey. But when I came to Vanity Fair, I stopped to play with the young animals in the streets, and at last they persuaded me not to go any further. So I stayed there. You didn't like it really, did you? No, at least I liked it sometimes, but I used to often feel frightened and unhappy. When pilgrims passed through the town, I was ashamed and afraid lest they should see me. Then you came with Faithful, and the minute I saw him, I knew who he was. Did you see us beaten? Asked Christian. Yes, and I watched you when you were in the cage. Once I crept close up to the bars, and I think you must have been asleep. But Faithful saw me, and he spoke to me. What did he say? He begged me to leave the city at once, and he said the king would forgive me for our dear good prince's sake. Then I saw all that dreadful sight, and I knew that Faithful had suffered patiently because he loved the king. And I made up my mind that when you were set free, I would ask you to let me go with you. I am so glad you did, said Christian. We've been happy together. Don't you feel glad too? Yes, replied Hopeful, indeed I do. I am sure now that the king loves me, and it will not be very long before we are both safe in his beautiful city. Chapter 44. The Little Pilgrims Wait for Ignorance. All this time, Ignorance had been travelling slowly along by himself. The Flatterer and Unbelief never took any notice of him. They knew he had not begun his pilgrimage in the right way, and that when he reached the celestial city, the king's servants would not allow him to enter its gates, but would send him back to his own master, the wicked prince. So, Ignorance met with no trouble or difficulty, and did not even feel sleepy when he crossed the Enchanted Ground. While Hopeful and Little Christian were passing over that dangerous plain, they remembered Ignorance and wondered how he was getting on. Presently, Hopeful looked back. "He's only a little way behind us," said he. "Shall we wait for him?" "Perhaps it would be better," replied Christian. "Then, if he feels sleepy, we can wake him." The little pilgrims waited, but although Ignorance saw that they were standing still, he did not seem to care about overtaking them. "It's a pity for you to stay behind," said Christian as the young squirrel came slowly toward him. "Won't you walk with us?" "I don't care," replied Ignorance. "I would just as soon walk by myself. I have always so much to think about." "What is it you think of?" asked Hopeful. "The king and the celestial city." "But thinking about them is not enough," said Christian. "We ought to be very eager to see the king and his city." "So I am," said Ignorance. "Then why don't you travel faster?" I am travelling quite fast enough. I am sure I shall reach the city some day. And why should I not take my journey comfortably? But perhaps if you are so careless about it, you will fall into trouble or danger. Well, if I do, the king will help me, Ignorance said. The king will not help you if you do not try to obey him, said Hopeful, who felt sure that Ignorance did not really know much about the king and his laws. I do try to obey him, answered the squirrel. I have left my home and become a pilgrim. What else can I do? You did not pass by the cross, said Christian, and I am afraid that, if you have not a roll and a pilgrim's robe, the king's servants will not let you enter the city. I am sure you are quite wrong in what you say, replied Ignorance. I have read that the good prince will give a white robe to every pilgrim, and no doubt he will send mine soon. Why should I travel to the narrow gate and the cross to look for it? It would seem as if I did not believe what the good prince had said. Then Christian remembered the paper that Evangelist had given to him before he had left home. Perhaps Ignorance had had one like it. Did the king send you a message? He asked. A message? No, of course he did not. I should never expect a great king to send a message to a young squirrel like me. Poor little Christian felt quite puzzled. I don't know what to say to him, he whispered to Hopeful. I am sure he is wrong, but he will not believe us. But Ignorance was now tired of talking. I really can't keep up with you, he said. You must go on by yourselves. And as the little pilgrims did not know what they could say to him, they went on and left him to follow as slowly as he wished. Chapter 45. The Land of Delight. The little pilgrims, having passed over the Enchanted Ground, found themselves in the Land of Delight. It was the most beautiful country they had ever seen. Its mountains were covered with trees and its valleys were green with soft grass and adorned with the loveliest flowers. In the distance shone the glorious light that the shepherds had shown them from the Delectable Mountains, and as the children's eyes grew accustomed to its brightness, they were able to distinguish the walls and gates of the celestial city. The wicked prince and his soldiers never came into the Land of Delight. The animals who lived there were all true servants of the king, and they received Christian and Hopeful very kindly. Your troubles are now over, they said. You have only to stay here and be happy until the king sends for you. Will he send for us soon? Asked Christian. We cannot tell you that, replied the animals. Sometimes the pilgrims live quietly in this land for many years, and sometimes the king gives them work to do for him in the country of the wicked prince. But at last they all go to the celestial city to dwell forever in his presence. I remember, said Christian, when help drew me out of the slough, he said that he had been to the gates of the city, but the king had given him some work that he would have to do before he entered it. And while he wandered up and down the mountains and along the beautiful valleys with Hopeful, little Christian began to wonder whether his mother was living in this land of delight or whether she had gone into the city. He looked anxiously at the animals he met, but he did not see anyone whose face was like his mother's picture. The king must have sent for her, he said. Oh, will it not be nice to see her again? Perhaps she has heard that we are here, and she may be watching for us even now. The little pilgrims spent many happy days in the Land of Delight, and one morning they came to a valley that was laid out in vineyards and large gardens. The gates were all wide open, and as the boys stopped to look at the trees and flowers, one of the gardeners, a toad, spoke to them. You need not stay outside, said the toad. These are the king's gardens. They are for the pilgrims to walk in. Then he led them about among the vines and flowers, and in the evening he showed them a quiet little arbour where they might lie down and sleep safely. Oh, said Christian, as they sat watching the sun, which was slowly sinking behind the hills. "Don't you feel glad that we came? I seem to be forgetting all the troubles we have had now that we are so happy." "I am thankful that I ran away from Vanity Fair," said Hopeful. "And it was such a good thing I did not lose my role there. I don't know how it was that I managed to keep it safe." "And now we have only to wait for the king's message," continued Christian. "I would go away and work if he wished it, but I think I would like best to go straight into the city." "So would I," said Hopeful. And then they lay down side by side, as they had done in the Valley of Peace, and slept quietly until morning. Chapter 46. The Dark River. The Land of Delight was so very near to the celestial city that the Shining Ones often came down to visit the animals who lived there. Their faces shone with a beautiful light, as the face of Christian's mother had done when he saw her in his dreams, and their garments were all white and glistening. Often they brought messages from the king to his servants, and the little pilgrims knew that someday a message would be given to them. I told you that they slept one night in the king's garden, and the next morning, when they were walking slowly among the vines, they saw two of the Shining Ones coming down the path to meet them. "You were travelling to the celestial city?" they asked. "Yes," replied the children. Then the Shining Ones asked many questions and desired both Christian and Hopeful to tell them of all that had happened since they began their pilgrimage. Christian told of all his difficulties and dangers, and Hopeful told how he had wasted his time in Vanity Fair. "We have often behaved badly," they said, "but we are really sorry, and we do love the king with all our hearts." "He knows that you do," replied the Shining Ones, "and he has forgiven you for all your mistakes and disobedience for the sake of his dear son. He has sent us now to tell you that he wishes you to enter into his city." When Hopeful heard this, his heart was full of joy. Little Christian was glad also, but when he thought of going into the presence of the king, he began to feel timid. He said to the Shining Ones, "Will you go with us?" "We will go a little way with you," they said, "and we will meet you again at the gate of the city." "Oh," cried Christian, "how are we to cross over?" "You will have to walk through the water," replied one of the Shining Ones, "but you must not be afraid. The city is on the other side, and you will soon be safe within its gates." Hopeful raised his head and looked across the river, and on the opposite shore he could see the pathway winding up the hillside toward the glorious golden gates. "Oh, Christian," he said, "we need not be frightened now. We are so very near the city." But little Christian's eyes had grown dim with fear, and he could not see the light beyond the river. He shivered as he looked at the water, and then he turned once more to the Shining Ones. "It is deep," he said. "We shall drown if we try to cross it." "No," replied the Shining Ones, "you will not find it too deep. You must not look at the water. You must lift up your eyes to the light, and the king will help you." "Will you come with us?" asked Christian again, and Hopeful wondered why he looked so pale and frightened. "We cannot come with you," replied the Shining Ones, "but we shall meet you on the other side and lead you into the presence of the king." "Did my mother cross safely?" "Yes, and she is waiting for you and longing to see you. Do not be afraid. Trust in the king and remember all that he has done for you." Then the Shining Ones turned away, and Hopeful put his arm around his little companion's shoulder. "Come, Christian," he said. "This is our very last trouble, and it will soon be over. Let us go together, and I am sure the king will take care of us." So the little pilgrims went slowly down the bank and stepped into the water. Chapter 47. Ignorance crosses the river. When Ignorance entered the land of delight, the animals who met him spoke kindly to him, as they had done to Christian and Hopeful. But they soon found out that he was not a true pilgrim, and that he did not care to talk with them, so they left him to himself. He passed by the gate of the king's gardens, but the gardeners did not invite him to come in. And the Shining Ones, although they often watched him as he walked along, did not speak to him or give him any gracious message from the king. At last he came to the brink of the dark river. He could see the walls of the celestial city on the other side, and he knew that his journey would not be ended until he had crossed the water. He stood for a few minutes, wondering what he should do, and then he lay down on the grass. "I will rest a little," he thought, "and perhaps someone else will be coming presently. I don't see any bridge, so there must be a boat to carry the pilgrims over." There was a boat, but it belonged to the wicked prince, and the king's pilgrims never used it. The boatman, whose name was Vain Hope, soon saw Ignorance lying on the bank and rowed toward him. "It is time for you to go over the river," he said. "I have brought my boat for you." Ignorance was pleased, and he got up at once, saying, "I suppose the king sent you." "Yes," replied the muskrat. "The water is not very deep in some places, and many pilgrims try to walk through it, but there's no need to do so because I am always ready to take them over." He held out his hand, and Ignorance took it and stepped down into the boat. Then Vain Hope caught up his oar and rowed quickly across the rough water. "What shall I do now?" asked Ignorance when he climbed up the opposite bank. Vain Hope pointed to a little winding path. "That is the best way," he said. "It is smooth and easy. If the Shining Ones had come to meet you, they would have taken you by another road which is steep and difficult to climb. Go straight up to the gate and you will soon find your way to the king's palace." He pushed his boat off from the shore, and Ignorance turned around and began to climb the hill toward the city. He did not meet anyone, and when he reached the gates, he found they were closed. He looked up and saw some words written upon the archway in letters of gold. "Blessed are they that do his commandments." "Well," thought Ignorance, "I have obeyed the king always," and he knocked at the gate. He quite forgot that the king had desired his pilgrims to begin their journey at the narrow gate and to travel by the way of the cross. He had heard of this many times, but he had not cared about it, and so the king's blessings could not be given to him. He knocked twice, but no one opened the gates. Presently, one of the king's servants came up to the top of the archway, and when he saw Ignorance, he said, "Where do you come from, and why are you knocking at the king's gate?" "I am a pilgrim," replied the squirrel. "I have just crossed the river, and I wish to live in the celestial city." "I will take your roll then," said the king's servant, "and carry it to my master." Ignorance knew that he had never received a roll, but he put his hand into the folds of his clothes and pretended to feel for it. The king's servant waited a little while, but at last he said, "I am afraid you have come without one." Then he went down from the gate to ask the king what he should do. Poor Ignorance stood outside, and now he began to wish that he had not been so careless about his journey. "The city is so beautiful," he thought. "I should like to have lived here always, and I'm afraid they will not let me go in." Then 2 of the Shining Ones came quickly and bound the hands and the feet of the foolish squirrel and carried him away from the celestial city into the country of the wicked prince. His cruel master rejoiced when he was brought back and took care that he should never again have the chance of escaping. "It was your own fault," he said, when he found Ignorance crying bitterly at the thought of his lost happiness. if you had really wished to live with the king, you should have done exactly what he told you. Chapter 48. The End of the Pilgrimage. Little Christian clasped his hands together as he felt the cold waters of the dark river rushing around his body. Hopeful kept close to him and tried to hold him up, but the little pilgrim soon lost his footing and cried out, "I am sinking! The water is all going over me." "No, it is only rough," said Hopeful. "Do not be so frightened. I can feel the ground at the bottom of the river. It's quite firm. We shall cross safely, and then we shall have no more trouble." "Perhaps you will cross," whispered Christian faintly, "but I am sure I cannot. I shall never see the king, and I do so wish to live with him always." "You will live with him. Look up, Christian, and don't think about the water. We can see everything quite clearly now. The city is full of light, and the shining ones are waiting for us at the gates." "They are waiting for you," said Christian, "not for me." And then his head sank down on Hopeful's shoulders. For a little while, he did not seem to hear anything that his companion said. But Hopeful held him tightly in his arms and prayed very earnestly to the king to help them both in this last trouble. Presently, little Christian opened his eyes, and as the light from the celestial city fell upon his face, he cried out suddenly, "Oh, I can see it all now. It shines like the sun. And I heard the voice of the good prince, and he said, 'I will be with you in the waters.'" "Then I am sure we need not be frightened," said Hopeful. "Take hold of my hand again. The good prince will never break his promise." So little Christian's courage came back to him, and he did not feel faint or tremble any more. Hand in hand, the little pilgrims made their way across the dark river, and after a time its bed seemed to grow firmer, and its waters were less rough. Then they saw that the two shining ones who had brought them down to the river were waiting to receive them. In a few moments the dreadful passage was over. Gentle hands drew them out of the water, and they safely stood upon the shore. The celestial city was built upon a hill, and a broad, straight road led from the river to its gates. This road was steep, as vain Hope had said when he had pointed out the little winding path that ignorance had taken. But Christian and Hopeful did not find it difficult, for the shining ones held their hands and took care that they did not slip. "We shall soon be in the city now," said Christian, who had forgotten all his fear and sorrow and could only look up at the bright walls and gates that rose before him. "Yes," replied the shining one, with whom he was walking, "you will see the king in his beauty, and he will receive you as his own child." "Will he really let me live in his city always?" "Yes, and you will never be tired or sad any more. You will have work to do for the king, but it will be easy and pleasant, and you will love to do it." "Shall I find my mother?" said Christian, for in the midst of his happiness he remembered her and longed for the time when he should see her. "She is coming to meet you," said the shining one. "She knows that you are with us, and she is glad that your pilgrimage is over and you have crossed the river safely." Chapter 49, the last chapter, the Celestial City. The little pilgrims were now very near the city, and a band of the king's servants who'd been watching at the gate came quickly down the steep path to meet them. "These are two of the king's little pilgrims," said the shining ones, "and we are bringing them home to the Celestial City." Then, as Christian looked up, one face seemed to him to be brighter than all the rest. His mother was standing before him, and her eyes shone as she watched him. "Is it my little Christian?" she asked, and the shining ones made way for her. But little Christian knew her in a moment, and he ran into her arms. "I have come to you, mother, I have come," he cried. "The king has taken care of me, and someday he will bring my father too." "I shall never lose you again," she said. "The king is very good. Come with me into his city that we may thank him together." Oh, how happy little Christian felt when he put his hand in his mother's and knew that she would never be taken away from him again. And although Hopeful had not any friends to welcome him, for he had left them all behind in the city of destruction, the Shining Ones gathered round and spoke so kindly to him that he was comforted and forgot his loneliness. Little Christian had left his armour on the other side of the river, for he would never need to fight again. And now he looked down anxiously at his clothes. He had tried to take care of them, but he knew that he had become soiled and dusty during his long journey, and he feared that the king would be displeased when he saw them. But the waters of the dark river had washed away all the dust and stains. Even Hopeful, whose clothes had been sadly spoiled while he stayed at Vanity Fair, found that his robes looked as fresh and new as it did when he first received it. Close to the walls of the celestial city, a number of creatures were standing with silver trumpets in their hands. When Christian and Hopeful came up to them, they blew their trumpets loudly to let everyone in the city know that some pilgrims were waiting to enter the king's presence. Then the Shining Ones told the children to knock at the gate, and the king's servant looked down from the archway and took the rolls, which they gave to him, and carried them to the palace. The rolls were sealed with the good prince's own seal, and when the king saw it, he was glad and desired his servants to open the gates at once and to bring the little pilgrims before him. All in the city had heard the sound of the silver trumpets, and they all knew what it meant. When Christian and Hopeful passed through the gateway, they found a great company waiting to receive them with sweet music and songs of welcome. Everyone looked glad and happy, for there was no sorrow in the celestial city, and no weariness and no pain. At first, the children's eyes were dazzled by the golden light that shone around them. But 2 degrees they grew accustomed to it and were able to look up. Before them, in the middle of the city, rose a stately palace, far more glorious than the Palace Beautiful. "Does the king live there?" whispered Christian to his mother, for his hand was still clasped in hers. "Yes," she replied, "and when you have knelt before him and seen his glory, you will be perfectly happy forever." "I am happy now," said little Christian, "because I have found you, and you love me." "Ah, yes," she answered, "but the love of the king is far greater than mine." The little pilgrims had now reached the threshold of the palace, and as the doors were thrown open, they heard a sound of the sweetest music. The good prince himself was waiting to receive them, and he smiled upon them and took their hands in his own. Then he led them into the palace, and the whole city was filled with joy because their pilgrimage was over, and they had been brought safely through the dark river into the presence of the king. Now, boys and girls, you can listen to part 2, which is about Christiana and her brothers and sisters' journey. It's also about Christian's father's own pilgrimage.